Hello and welcome to yet another day of the Overwatch League 2023 season here in APAC. I'm Achilles. I'm joined alongside Avril as per usual. And yeah, we're here to round out our second weekend of action. And we have some pretty exciting series, I will say. A former El Clasico matchup in the Dynasty versus the Dragons. And then we get into the showdown, Guangzhou versus Hangzhou for our second series.
It's two classic matchups, isn't it? But things have changed rapidly this year. I mean, in the 2021 season, 2022 season, you see a Seoul versus Shanghai matchup. You're like, damn, that's going to be the banger. That's going to be the best match that you can possibly get. Certainly was the case last year. We had so many great Seoul versus Shanghai matchups. This year, both teams off to a bit more of a shaky start. Seoul Dynasty at least have one win under their belts. Then you look at the two Zhou teams, Guangzhou Charge and Hangzhou Spark, and in previous years, you think, okay, it's an interesting matchup, but also a bit of a memey one. I specifically remember in 2021, they were the last team that we casted in the regular season as far as qualifiers go for playoffs in 2021, and they had to knock each other out, right? And that was that was at that time the best that we'd seen the Guangzhou Charge for a while before the 2022 season. But safe to say, in years past, that wasn't a super hype matchup. But dare I say today, in 2023, the Showdown quite literally might be the battle of the top two teams in the region.
It's been looking that way. Both teams trending upward, looking fantastic in their performances so far. Obviously, a couple of stumbles here and there, but for the most part, fairly clean gameplay, especially, you know, from the DPS lineups on both teams. You've got some classic names there in Guangzhou as well, in the Hangzhou Spark, versus Piggy. So this is going to be a really exciting one when we do get into it. The question for the first series, though, as we get ready to jump into that, is going to be, do the Dynasty find some stability, or do the Shanghai Dragons find some improvements in their performances where they've been lacking so far?
Shanghai Dragons, they need a lot of improvement, because what we've seen so far has not been very inspirational. They haven't taken a single map yet. So there was a crazy stat line that I saw online just early in the last couple of days where, even Season 1, 2018, 040 Shanghai Dragons did not have a map loss record this bad. I mean, I think they're about to break the map loss record for themselves. And even in 2018 season 1, they at least took maps in the early losses they had, right? So they weren't like flawless in terms of 0 maps won, the opposite of what you want to be in terms of being flawless. So maybe they'll get one today. They'll have to have made a decent amount of improvement over the past 48 hours, though, because they played on Friday. They didn't play yesterday, which means they had a bit of time to turn things around.
Yep. So, I mean, like we said, we got to see it. We saw, Fleta again coming out with the tank. It was very rough. I mean, he had, 9 deaths for 10 minutes on average or something like that at the end of that series. Actually, that was, I think you did experience it wasn't pretty. We're hoping, fingers crossed, we're going to see some improvements here from the side of Shanghai, but we'll take a look yet again at our little schedule as, again, everything kind of just building up, at least for the time being, towards that mid-season Madness Global Tournament, with teams flying over from North America here to Korea for the first time since, I guess, technically 2020, because I think had them here, but doesn't really count. That was lockdown times, prison Overwatch, very different era where we can have fans in a studio, in a stadium for that matter, as we do get to return to Kintex, which is a venue that has hosted, Apex as well as Contenders finals and whatnot in the past. So that is going to be damn exciting. But here is our standing so far. And as we mentioned, it's the two Zhous right up top, with Guangzhou having a slightly better map differential here over the Hangzhou Spark.
I mean, this might literally be the power rankings as well. Maybe not in the exact order. Like, you probably have Fuel above Dragons here. You probably have Spark above Charge as well, although we'll settle that debate tonight. As you can see, the two Zhous will be facing up against each other. But essentially, of the 6 teams that we have in the region, you can break them down to 3 tiers. You have the Showdown right at the top. You have the Soul Bowl in the middle between Dynasty and also Infernal. And at the bottom, somehow, you have the 2022 and 2021 champions at the bottom of the rankings. And they both have not won a series yet. Shanghai haven't even taken a map.
Yep, it's rough. Maybe today could be the day here, especially if Dynasty continue to look a little bit rocky. We'll have to just wait and see if that is going to be the case. But obviously, we have our expectations coming into the series. We don't want to, sugarcoat or be snake oil salesmen and whatnot. This first series is anticipated to be a bit one-sided. And if it's not, then that is going to be surprising. That's going to be exciting. So that's why we're hoping for it, but not necessarily expecting it to be the case. But of course, the last matchup, that is the marquee one. I think for, just given what we've seen so far in APAC for the entire weekend, if not the opening 2 weeks. So really can't wait to dive into that. But yeah, from besties to enemies, I don't know if they were ever really besties, but the overall record from last year, very much in the hands of Shanghai, but this is looking like a completely different scenario.
I mean, I think the 2022 season, I'm kind of surprised that Shanghai still have the record here, but given that Seoul was probably the best team last year in this region, right? Shanghai, they had some good moments. They won Summer Showdown, so they certainly weren't bottom feeders. But you would have said that Shanghai definitely struggled last year, especially compared to 2021, where you look at the overall entire historical record between these teams. I'd love to bring it up because this is still the most storied matchup in the entire Overwatch League. No two teams have played each other more times than Seoul Dynasty and the Shanghai Dragons. And the overall record stands at 11-15 in favor of the Shanghai Dragons. So get ready for it. Seoul Dynasty versus Shanghai. This is number 27.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and take a look at the starting 5 on the side of the Dynasty. It's going to be Prophet, Belosria, Krillin, and Lee Soo-min.
Not enough Prophets, really. I think you have as many. Get all that, have Prophet, and then more pro players. Like, what do we got? We got Proper, we got Probe. I think there's one more. We got to just fill the entire team with all players that start with PRO. Just make it as confusing as possible. That's the dream.
Look, we've always said that if you could just clone Prophet 5 times, and previously 6 times, then you could have a star-studded team. We've seen him play support. We've seen him play tank once, as well as when he's playing out on Echo. So we've always said that would be a really good team. I guess this is the closest we can get since the cloning technology isn't fully there. So we do have Prophet. And just to go ahead and clear the air on this one, as we got some fans, unfortunately, here in the audience. To clear the air on this, we are going to be referring to Prophet, the newest one, as PH, rather than saying his name. And
I might have a bunch of different names for him. You'll have to just find out.
All right. That's the one I'll lay on the table. All of the other ones that Errol's got shelved.
Not even approved by broadcast. I'm just gonna spit them out. We're gonna roll with the punches here. This is gonna be an interesting broadcast.
There might be some fines at the end of this. I don't know what he's got planned. Anyway, we'll take a look. The Shanghai Dragons once more. Of course, Hisu Viper, Fleta, Gangnam Jin, as well as Iris, whichever, LR15. Why not? Let's just go ahead and mix up all of the names today because we can. And just make it extra.
He doesn't have a 5 anymore. It's now 1S, right? This is not even a 5 anymore. He's made some slight changes. He's changed the pronunciation of the name, shifted a letter around.
LR1S.
Yeah, IR1S. Sounds like a tax code, I'm saying.
Yeah, kind of does. Some kind of form that you have to fill out before you do your year-end taxes, or else the IRS is going to come for you. Make sure you fill out your LR1S form.
I gotta know what this is. This is somebody demanding the IR1S form from the Shanghai Dragons, surely. It looks like the tax man demanding it.
Okay, so this is something, sorry, Fleta fighting on the right-hand side. I didn't get enough time to actually fully read that to really take a crack at it. Oh, okay. We did get it. We did get this translated, so shout outs to Unknown for helping us out. It says, you are diagnosed with Shanghai addiction. So might need to go to a clinic and a facility to get that taken care of, depending on how things look, because it might not be good for you if they continue to have the same performances. Take a look, though. Fleta versus Void. Void, we've seen a fairly more limited amount of. I think we saw him for one map in the opening series for the Dynasty last week, and he did have a very strong performance.
He also came back yesterday as well, played Rialto as mainly D.Va, so he's played now D.Va, Sigma, and Rhine, surprisingly. And I just got to say, by the way, first of all, these are ex-teammates. Void and Fleta played together as early as last year. They've been on the same team for the longest time. Now that we're facing off on the opposite ends, but also it still just blows my mind because I'm like, wait, why is there a Fleta versus Void comparison? Wait, they're both tanks. That makes sense now. Kind of having to play a decent amount of the same stuff, but we do see Belosria starting out. It is still a Winston meta. You're probably not going to see Void until maybe Junkertown, and that's even just a possibility because Junkertown's still pretty favorable for the main tank heroes, which Belosria should be piloting. But we're going to go to Lijiang Tower, the first map that was played yesterday between Seoul and the Guangzhou Charge, and that was Rhine the whole way through. And I do wonder if Dynasty are going to do the same thing, play Belosria Rhine, play pure brawl composition. How does Shanghai respond to that?
I mean, we saw Lijiang as the 5th map that was available in Shanghai's last series. Obviously, we didn't get to go there. Let's see if that hometown advantage still crops up here, or is its head here against the side of the Dynasty. As we do get ready to go ahead and jump straight into the action. It's like, maybe I shouldn't say that. I'll say it. Why not? And I'll knock on wood afterward. Looks like no podcast so far.
Right, I hope you loaded up on the topics. I hope you watch plenty of movies in the last 48 hours, just in case.
It's I've got sales pitches for shows and movies ready to go. Good. So I'll give the good people their solid recommendations. Quite a bit.
So it's got to be the Winston mirror. Shanghai Dragons don't have to deal with the brawl here. I think they'll be okay with taking the mirror. They might be a little bit concerned if they're playing the Winston Tracer Sombra straight up into the Ryan brawl. Dynasty are going to change things up, at least to start things out with. This, however, does not change. The support line of the Dragon's dead.
Yeah, the support's going to be taken down. I was going to say, key difference going to be Krillin there on that Lucio. Gangnam Jin sticking to that off support here, so those kind of get swept under the rug rather quickly as Viper's the last one to fall, at least for now. Prophet dashing back, helping to go ahead and cap here onto the point. It's going to be the Dynasty first in control.
Dominant as well. Not a single kill returned the other way. Flitter and Hisu did make it out alive, so they didn't feed over too many extra deaths. You don't see a humongous gap in the ultimate charges yet. Maybe outside of Lee Su-min, who does have a reasonable gap over Eris, and that's going to allow for that early Nado to come through onto Balestria. Might need it soon, though, because Balestria under a bit of pressure. Eris, though, down to about half HP. Fleta as well, getting chipped away at. Heals finally start coming through, but Prophet's going to be able to find Viper, taking him down. He's still trying to build up for this EMP, and he does have a nice little lead over PH, but Prophet does get the stick. Eris taken down. PH now going to be eliminated. Hisu getting the better of him, so the EMP is up and ready to go. Fleta has to jump back across the bridge, grab that Mega Pack to stay alive, wait for his Ana to return. So, though, Nano at the ready. Dynasty should have the pacing here. That was a 3-pointer shot from Prophet. Right down half court, maximum range on the pulse bomb, I believe. Talk about EMPs being available. He's with the first good connection. Double backline has caught Lee Su-min down. He's instantly slept, though. Krillin trying to stay alive. Wall running around the back. Manages to get over. Grabs this Mega Pack. He's taken out. Gangnam Jin does get on top of Prophet. Finds that elimination. Belstria low. Slept. Can't build up towards the Primal. Ends up getting taken out of the fight by Viper. Still holds onto a pulse bomb. Will be able to finally displace Krillin. It looks like the flip is going to be coming through. Dragons now in control. 65% of the board here for the Dynasty. Well, that's huge. For a Dragons team that has lost opening 2 fights, Hisu still manages to get his EMP a little bit quicker than Lil P on the Ops Sombra, who only just has it now. Does it connect on? Decent amount. Yep, manages to find both the supports. Gangnam Jin can't stay alive, can't rally. This means that there's going to be 4 ults coming into the next fight here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. The point has not yet been flipped back in the Dynasty's favor. Sleep out, pulse bomb on the ground. Belstria going to be eliminated yet again, not being allowed to use that Primal, which Fleta has rolling in the meantime. Prophet going to be taken out. Hisu able to come up with that elimination, and now Krillin is going to be taken down at the same time. So this is going to be Dragons maintaining control of this. Dragons, I mean, surviving up against the EMP. Krillin, I don't even know, did he have the sound barrier on time? I'd have to... Krillin rather, but well, he has a sound barrier here, but no chance to use it in the last fight. The actual no stick of the Belastria is huge for Viper, because you stick him, he primals. It's a different story. Being able to primal in that last fight would have been a bit of a game changer. I mean, Shanghai Dragons, to keep this up, they currently have the tempo. They have Nano into EMP. Either could be used this fight. Perhaps both will. Krillin has to think about barrier. EMP across. It's already far too late to go ahead and use that barrier. They're just getting swept under the rugs. Fleta scoops up 2 eliminations, looking so much better. So much cleaner with the dives here than we've seen in the previous 2 performances here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. They're holding strong. They've got the lead. It's just 25% left to go, so final fight territory coming in. You need to see PH get this EMP. It's just coming far too slowly at the moment. Still 20% away. Dragons are going to reach 99 before this critical ultimate's online. You can go in with a Primal, but you'd ideally like to go with the EMP instead. Viper with a pulse, going to go a little bit wide, sticks it to the wall, doesn't find a connection. 92% still building up. Shanghai Dragons, 2 more to work with. It's going to be the Nano first, goes over towards Fleta, but now he's going to be slept and left on the ground. Pulse bomb goes into the shield. They can't take down Gangnam Jin, so the rally's still rolling, but Prophet goes in. Sorry, PH goes in, finds that EMP, but now the backline, the supports are gone from the side of the Dynasty. Krillin also eliminated. Belastria trying to stay in this fight, trying to turn the tide, pops that Primal, Fleta down low. He's a Primal of his own. Viper down low, 19 HP, managing to stay alive as Prophet finding the elimination over onto Hisu. But they need so much more if they want to gain control at this point. It's still only at 65% to start here for the Dynasty.
Leap out from Bellisria. Goes for a little bit of a reset. Grabs the Mega Pack. Receives some healing. Back in, onto the point. The ult's getting built up. Lee Min gonna have that nano and just 15% profit as well, 19% away from that next pulse bomb, and that could be the thing that turns the tide for them. In the meantime, they've occupied enough space. They shove the dragons back. They concede the point. The flip comes in.
It was the Pyronite that made the difference there. Hits on like to Viper and Flitter. They have to respect it. Wait it out. Dragons concede ground. If they fight that any longer, they're risking losing players, and Flitter got quite low multiple times in that fight. By the way, Flitter hasn't died. He's the only deathless member of both teams. So that's quite the achievement for the tank.
Quite a turnaround.
Viper.
Oh, no, it looks like maybe onto the shield. Either way, hard to say, but that's a stick into the back line. Gangnam Jin gets taken down. Prophet with a huge opening, and now here's completely and utterly left on his lonesome. Ends up falling. Isu will find PH. 13% to that next EMP, but now they need to get a touch. Flutta arriving just at the very last second. Not looking to Shang9 this one, at least not yet. The weapon shot, however, will take down the opposing Winston. It seems like the OT should be able to bleed away. Hisu goes in, last second touch, does extend this for a little bit longer. Gangnam Jin shield bashing over the wall. Gets in, gets another little minor extension here onto the overtime, but the breeding members out right now are the Shanghai Dragons. The EMP sent in as a Hail Mary attempt, but Hisu can't get the kill on a Prophet, and now it's just going to be one after the other trickle through, as the cleanup should be there for the Dynasty.
That was so competitive, though. You have to be honest. Dragons kind of playing above expectations. They actually led in that series in terms of point control, point capture percentage for a reasonable amount of time. Despite Seoul Dynasty actually winning the first couple of fights. Pisu with a much earlier first EMP timings as well. It's the final fight coming through where Lee Min has that nano. Also the stick coming through as well. So this is... Oh, Prophet recalled out of it. So, okay. Wow. That's what happened there. So that's why we didn't get the kill from Viper. I mean, that could have been a huge difference maker because Prophet getting his actual stick, killing the backline, that makes the difference on top of Lee Min than using the nano. Hisu was, I think at the time, about 20% away from EMP. Unfortunate. Let's talk about this particular round in this composition, though. It's both teams that are rollout on the Rhine. We saw Dynasty do this yesterday already. We have not seen Flair play Rhine yet, though.
Okay, PH going to be taken down. I was going to say he decides to stick in with this Symmetra, but he's instantly felled. Quick cancel on the charge forward there from Flooded. Doesn't want to overextend and get punished. Instead, just fishing for some charge to these fire strikes. He's doubling Bellisria for now, but that can change very quickly. Lee Min again with a nice early lead. Does have 70% towards that amp matrix, so quite a bit of healing being pumped out by him. There's
Lamps used though.
Gonna get a catch around the flank here.
There's both lamps being used on both ends, and a lot of the ult charge from Lee Min, as you say, is actually from the healing, given that Seoul Dynasty have been losing the opening fights. Or at least the opening skirmishes. I don't know if you can call it a fight just yet. Prophet a little bit low on the side. This is where you want to set up for the window.
Okay, window goes in. Wall comes up as well. Kind of blocking him off, but it does cut Fleta off from the rest of the team, so it sets up for an easy kill here. PH finding two as Gangnam Jin also going to be taken down and probably gets Viper. Swift little flip from the side of the Dynasty, only 24% given over to the side of the Shanghai Dragons.
Huge amount of patience being shown. I mean, that's exactly what you want to see out of the Dynasty. You may have lost the early skirmish, you lose control of the point, but you have the earlier ult, and I think Lee Min would have read that as well. Regardless of whether Eris has it or not, Lee Min knows he's got a timing here, the opportunity to use it on approach. Now Eris has to try and do the same thing into the open, and Dynasty disengaged. Brilliant.
Yep, they immediately pull back, and they also have a wall there on the work with here from PH. Is at the ready. Not that Matrix, it feels so much more unassailable right now to the point. Jin taking a nasty chunk, almost gets taken down. Yep, ball now comes up. They get the cut off here on a flood. Once again, they're looking for the finish, but the immortality field does come down from Eris to keep him alive for a little bit longer, but eventually the pressure is far too much. You can see Hisu, what? The kill as Buddy gets taken down. Viper now falling, and Hisu, for some reason,
he's swapping surely
the ult to that one. And yeah, I think you definitely need to at this point to look for a little bit more. Looks like will be allowed to survive. For now, Dynasty just going to be pulling away from the spawns, and yeah, Hisu will swap over the Hangzhou.
Importantly, Viper goes Mei as well. I think that's one of the bigger pieces of the puzzle that was missing for the Dragons Brawl, right? Soldier, I don't really rate it in this sort of matchup. You need the Ice Wall setups. Blizzard is insanely good in this mirror as well. You see what Prophet can do with the Ice Walls. Viper, if he had a Ice Wall to use, could have locked down Bellisria. That would have allowed your window earlier from Eris to be really successful. Speaking of which, Lee Min has another one, deploys it.
And Flooded just continues to get cut off. Once again, gonna get shut down. The shatter goes across. Not gonna find too much though. A little bit of a whiff, but still the fight widely won. Fleta respawning a shatter of his own, needs to go absolutely nuclear with this one and catch Krillin. Try and deny that beat coming through if they want to get this flip back.
The only downside for Dynasty is these fights have been fairly expensive. It's 2 ults per fight, where the second ult maybe wasn't really necessary. This time much better for Eris on the window, forces Dynasty out.
Gets him off the point, getting ready to come through. So Prophet dives in, goes to the ice block. But looking for a bit of a pin timing, not quite going to be able to find it. Down barrier does get used off the back of the shatter. They keep everybody alive at least for now. Pin comes in, Fleta taking off towards the side of the map. Not going to be eliminated yet. The flip does come in at 99%. Dragons once more in control as PH gets taken down. Dynasty willing to play with the time that they do have allotted. Just pull back away, wait for a full 5, and then we'll look to re-aggress with this Blizzard.
I mean, crucially, it was before the Sim Wall was available, before the Blizzard was available as well, so Dynasty were about to come into some very important ultimates. Just losing players. Good pickups by the Dragons. I think it was Gangnam Jin hooping him off the map as well. This is the chance. Should be all the ultimates from Dynasty used here.
Oh, Blizzard onto the corner, looking to give Belisria a bit of the same treatment that Flood has been suffering from. They managed to make it work, and it's going to be yet another reset here for the side of the Dynasty. So another 15% or so gained for Shanghai.
Belisria not saved by the lamp there. The Dragons will use that opportunity to start catching up. Dragon Strike nearly online for Hisu. Eris nearly onto another window as well. These are very important. Good TP though. Wow, that just allows Dynasty straight on the point. Dragons caught pants down.
Yeah, and Gangnam Jin getting taken out by a straight fire strike. Now Fleta going to be taken out as well. Belisria gets on top of Viper, finds the elimination. A celebratory shatter is from really connecting, but it doesn't matter too much as the Dynasty, very hard fought and close first round, leads into a fairly one-sided affair. They're a night market as they go ahead and take Lijiang Tower with a 2-0.
Has just failed to react to the Sim TP play. I mean, I get it, Seoul Dynasty hadn't made one of those TP plays since the opening neutral, but Dragons, you have to expect that a Sim TP straight to the point could happen at any time. They were completely caught out by that. Dynasty TP towards the point, they get an opening pick, drop all their ultimates they'd been banking. For the Shanghai Dragons, there's just not a lot you can do to respond to that. I mean, well, the best way to respond to that is to understand that it could happen to you, and I think maybe just already be playing on the point. I know you have to give up positioning courtyard in the open to do that, but otherwise you just flip sides, and you don't want to be the team pushing in through chokes, which Dragons ended up being in the last fight.
Well, yet again, a bit of a rocky way to start things off for the side of Shanghai Dragons, but at least as far as the dive was concerned with that Winston, it feels like there was an immense amount of improvement, a lot more synergy being shown by them in that first round.
I think so as well. Even in this Rhine matchup, you know, we're not expecting too much out of Fleta on a Rhine, given he's never really had to play this before, versus an actual main tank like Belisria, who has played Rhine in the past. So it's been a difficult run for the Shanghai Dragons. They're showing us a couple of different looks. The dive certainly looks better. They're on the up and up. Can they actually take him out?
Well, time will tell. This one eluding them, so the map loss streak does continue at least for now, but always another opportunity as we do get ready to go over into our hybrid map. So we'll be taking a quick little commercial break. We'll come back and we'll see if the Dragons can, in fact, get it done. Dynasty will be able to move up in towards match point, or if there's a draw, because that's always a possibility. So we got to keep everything in mind, see every single reality that could occur. Anyway, we're going to go to that quick little break, and then we'll come back into the action, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, and we're back, and it's time to go into our second map of our first series of the last day of the second week. Is that enough numbers and figures thrown at you? I hope so, because I don't have any more to throw. Anyway, we're going to get ready to go into Hollywood for our hybrid map here between the Dynasty and the Shanghai Dragons. Dynasty getting pressed during the Winston mirrored matchup, or effectively mirrored matchup on the first round of Lijiang Tower. But then definitely finding their footing in the Reinhardt meta as we got over to Night Market and we were able to close the map 2-0.
So as I said before we head to the break, it's a decent improvement from the Shanghai Dragons, and I even think they had a fair shot at winning that first round as well. I don't know what would happen on the final round of Control Center. I would have to guess that we would see another Rhine mirror, which you'd probably favor the Dynasty. So under that circumstance, Dynasty overall most likely still win Lijiang Tower, but man, the Dragons probably should have at least taken one round there. Their dive looked much better. Fleta went deathless for a reasonable amount of time, given how much pressure he's been under in all the series that we've seen him so far, where he's been heavily targeted, melted down. For him to be on Winston and to just not be the target of dives or just not be the target in general, and I don't want to use the word feeding because I don't think that's what he's doing, but you know what I mean. He's not just dying straight away. That was already pretty good from the Shanghai Dragons. I think if the Viper Pulse Bomb stick onto Prophet goes through and it's a 5v4 from that, and Prophet doesn't get his own stick on the backline, they actually do win that round. So Shanghai Dragons was super close. Yep,
was very close. We'll see how they fare though. Shifting over to Hollywood, whether or not it's just going to be the Winston v Winston that we've kind of come to anticipate. We've seen, you know, some change-ups, at least around point A. I mean, you know, we think back to opening week, Hanbin running the Zarya for a period of time and then that not working out. But kind of anticipating that it's going to be the Winston. And I think that that is a very good boon, just given how things did look at the beginning of Lijiang for the side of Shanghai Dragons. Just, it does seem, granted, you know, very small sample size in this matchup, but it does seem like they are feeling a lot more confident and comfortable with that dive setup. So we'll see if that's going to be coming through once again as we get ready to jump into the second map.
If you're an off-tank player, you'd probably go D.Va here, like Hanbin did in the previous series that we saw him. Given that Balistria is a main tank background, he'll be going towards the Winston. Fled is a DPS background. Really, his hero pool so far has been the 3 heroes that we've seen, the Winston, the Sigma, now today the Rhine as well. You're not going to see the Rhine on this map, so back to Winston we go. To be honest with you, given how they played on Garden there, it's probably their best look. So see how that goes, where especially seeing Hisu back on the Sombra, that was a point of, I think, success for the team, has been the entire time so far across 3 series now. Hisu's been the standout.
Not going to be matched this time as Flood is greeted with a nice little anti-nade, but PH is going to be sitting on the Ashe to begin with, and it looks like Hisu not going to look to try to get the jump on him. He wants the match.
We saw that in previous matchup as well. I think it was in the Hangzhou matchup. Hisu decided to match size Sombra despite rolling on something different. So, you know, whatever the hit scan of the other team is playing, we've got to do it the same.
Nice little gentleman's agreement. Let's see how he fares, though.
It is harder for the attacking Ashe, though. So I would probably still prefer the... unless Viper just goes to the backline, does that.
Okay, you could just kill him. I guess that works. Now, Felstria in a bit of an awkward spot. Let's get that nade through. And Gangnam Jin and Fleta also get clipped by the anti. Gangnam Jin going to be taken down, so it seems like that kill here on the PH might not matter too much. Chris as well, under some fire. Prophet down low, 16 HP, rotates out, manages to find that Mega Pack, keeps himself alive, but Fleta comes up with 2, takes down the back line. Now, supportless are the Dynasty. Felstria down below half HP. Can't really occupy the point at all.
Gangnam Jin is coming back from spawn as well, so for a period of time, there's actually no supports at all. The Battlesphere dead trader for Fleta. It's a 4 versus 4. Dragons can still maintain control here, and they basically are. Yeah, they're capping Dynasty. They're going to wait a little bit. Might have to give away 2 ticks here. Oh, it is contested by Prophet.
And stick goes in. Krillin going to be taken down. Viper having a whale of a performance so far here on Hollywood. Prophet trying to do something. Goes over. It's that healing across. Gangnam Jin now going to be eliminated. Hisu down to a sliver of HP. Looks like Ears will be able to keep him alive. The Nano now going to be online. Outpacing Lee Soo Min by just a hair. Dynamite across, takes him a little bit lower.
Oh, Viper burning.
So low, yeah, burning down, but the heals are coming across. Ears trying to keep him alive. Fleta going to be taking a quick little nap here. Wakes up, Primal at the ready. Nano's across on the Belisria as well, and looks like Fleta, given that Hisu is dead, opts to go ahead and save the Primal, and in the long term, that's certainly going to be the correct choice.
Dragons had such good area control for so long, though. The fact that Eris gets the Nano slightly early allows Fleta to dive deep in. You lose one of your DPSs. Flare doesn't have enough extra damage inside Cafe. A Primal in there would have been pretty decent, but I think was slightly slow. He got the Primal, or both of the tanks got the Primals as they were kind of exiting from the fights. Second tick was gained by Dragon, so not all is lost off the back of that. 140 left to go. They're not going to have a lot of time left for the rest of the map, but they should get the cap. Nice Dynasty can pull through some big ultimates here. Both bombs are about to be online.
Occupying a decent amount of space. PH's bomb still going to be held. Rally from Krillin rolling. Gangnam Jin still has his in the back pocket, however, as Fleta looking to go ahead and displace the enemy. Knocking him back here. And Bob going to be let loose on either side. Rhea jumping into the back line, just trying to isolate anybody, but hasn't really been able to get a solid target here so far. Bob going to be able to take down the enemy Bob, as Viper will find Krillin. Prophet answering back, however, takes down the tank. Fleta going to be eliminated. Hisu stopped, and Prophet right there with the dive. Finds the elimination. PH gets a headshot on the Viper. And with just the supports left, it's just a matter of time before Gangnam Jin gets taken out as well.
Oh my god.
The hold continues to be successful now with just 50 seconds remaining.
It's a full house, 3 for Prophet and 2 for the other Prophet. You know who's who. Seoul Dynasty, though, it's double DPSs. Just get all the work done. 5 kills spread out among the two of them. Shanghai Dragons, they had a decent lead. I mean, they got a couple players on the backside.
Viper noted and Prophet's unscouted. He still hasn't noticed him.
Oh, and this is
boy.
going to be big for Prophet. He's looking for support, so he reveals himself. That's weird.
I think the Fleta might have turned around enough to be able to see him either way. They do spot him out, so not going to be a catastrophe.
They should
Back
know
in this
now.
pulse bomb, but he just lobs it into the stairwell. Not going to be able to find anything. The shield might have come up from Gangnam Jin just in time to keep everybody alive. Nano at the ready, goes across, Fleta being the recipient. He's been 50% away from one of his own. Prophet and PH both going to be taken low on HP. The support's zoned into the back towards the Mega Pack. The point occupied right now by the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Big Anti goes across on the 4 members, but the damage just is not there on the follow-up. A little bit too late, so this is not going to be the end here. No full hold against the Shanghai Dragons. They get the cap, 2.5 minutes now for the street space.
And as expected, they do lose most of their time. I was thinking maybe they had about a minute left. It will be in the OT, which this means they're going to be pressed for finishing. I think if they can just capture B, they'll be happy with it. Good news for Dragons is that they do have some decent area control to start things out with. Good damage on the Bellatrix. I mean, he's already taken down to 1/3 straight away from good shots from Hisu. Shanghai Dragons can just use this forward position to get some free payload push.
Very nice forward high ground control. Hisu. That Bob yet again at the ready. The pH still very low. Can't quite get that kill across. Managed to back off and stay safe. In the meantime, Dynasty now looking for the counter aggression. Nano used to get Bellatrix up onto the high ground and zone everybody back. Cart still being inched forward here by Viper.
Dragons disengaged so well from the Nano of the Bellatrix. Now they have 4 ultimates to play through. Fleta's already using one.
Oh, he gets
Not the
woken
deal
up.
with Bellatrix, though.
Does get woken up, drops down here onto the low ground, just batting them away, but still unable to find a corner, unable to find a pick. Sumin's going to be able to find Iris, and Gangnam Jin antied out as well, but it's the very same nade, so Prophet has a very easy setup answering kill, but it looks like it's going to be a trade out, and actually a trade up as the Dragons manage to find 3 eliminations, but as I say it, Prophet will be able to get Hisu, but the trade up actually does continue. Bellatrix now going to be taken down, Prophet going to be the lone one trying to hover forward, keep this card contested, but no health pack to grab, so again, the push is going to return here for the side of the Dragons. 2 ults backed up.
Tracer deal gets interrupted by Fleta still being alive, and Bellatrix goes down, right? So Shanghai Dragons with the extra couple players, they'll now be to sneak payload distance. They're not going to get too far. This won't be another fight just yet. As Dynasty have arrived, Dragons have to wait for players. They will try and maintain as much presence as they can. They just don't have enough players surviving. All they really got out of that was some extra payload push, which is still important. My goodness, PH just dived upon.
And this is the comms that we were missing in the first 2 matches. Viper gets the spot, says, hey, he's over here. Fleta comes, he arrives, they get that kill. Cart continuing to inch forward just a couple meters away with 20 seconds left to go. And the stick comes across, and that's Lee Min now taken down. Dynasty, I don't know if they're going to be able to hold this one, because Bellatrix, he does not have that prime one. He's going to be taken down mid-air. Hisu with a nice headshot, finishes him off. Now another minute and a half going to be added to the time bank. Page able to find one to try to peel a little bit of pressure here, but he eventually burns down to the dynamite from Hisu. The Dragons get a second lease on life once more.
That's so clutch from the Dragons as well. I mean, that stick coming through from Viper really sets the tone. The initial dive on the PH was brilliant because that stops the Bob from coming through. Dynasty need the Bob to actually contest that second point to be able to find a fight in at all, but you lose one of your DPSs, you lose the support, you're consistently on respawns, and for Dragons, now that they've capped, they can just continue pushing forward, finding these staggered picks. We've had a full reset, and somehow Bellisria still got caught out. So it's more free push for the Shanghai Dragons as they work towards more important ultimates.
Really good distance considering how things were looking, how they almost got full held all the way back on point A. Well, it's continuing to get banked up here by both sides. Dynasty, bomb lopped in, but it's just not going to be able to find the elimination. A rare whiff coming through there from Prophet. Bob going to be let out by PH. Does alleviate a little bit of pressure. Some of them back away from the cart. Sleep Dart not coming across.
It's a very passive Bob.
A bit of this damage. But now he's going to open up with one of his own, but Prophet does find a kill. Viper going to be taken down. Flood primaled out. Half HP. Hisu under fire. Flood going to be antied. Bellisria now popping as, and he finally does get a little corner juggle here on Iris. Takes him down. PH going to be eliminated by Hisu's Bob beyond the grave, but widely. Looks like this might be the final resting place of the cart. Rally going to be used. Gangnam Jin trying to keep the rest of them alive here. Trying to get them back over to the cart, but Viper's going to be taken down for some added stagger.
Prophet just played that last situation so well. They believe 3K coming on through. Dragons on the final approach now. I mean, they'll just go for the touch, but they don't have the ultimates. They don't have the players. Especially now, they don't even really have a touch.
PH since swapping over. Pulse Bomb does go out. Krillin down low on HP. Will be finished off. It's going to be the rally interrupted.
Nano break.
There's having to use the nano here on the Gangnam Jin, but flooding out under fire. Needs to receive some healing. Gets a little bit from the health pack, and Bellisria going to be eliminated. The commanding shout comes out. Flood offering up some extra HP. Keeps himself alive. They top him back up. The cart now once again pushing forward as Hisu matches on the Widowmaker. He's looking to zone Prophet off the sightlines, and Prophet now going to be taken down. The cart. 0.47 meters left to go. Lisaman taken down. No one can arrive, and somehow, against all odds and expectations, the Dragons will be able to push this to completion here on Hollywood.
They played a 4v5 and won that with a fresh swap on a couple of heroes as well. Hisu, once again, like you said, he just honors the deal. Whatever PH plays, I'm going to play the exact same thing. We're just going to match each other here, 1-for-1 entirely. Take a look at this Viper moment again early on, just a straight deletion. Onto Little P, then finds on the sidelines a free Ana pick. A little bit later on, you see the duel versus Prophet, and then that was interrupted by Flynn still being alive. But what a push onto C. I mean, generally speaking, I think C was the best that we've seen out of Shanghai Dragons outside of winning the final fight on A to get the cap, because they could have been full held. I mean, we would be looking at a very different scenario had they been full held. But the fact that they had such limited time to play through after losing 4 minutes on A to still finish the entire map, it's kind of bonkers. Realistically, they should not have been able to finish C once they lost the final fight, and then they entered the 4v5 with fresh heroes. That should have been it. The Seoul Dynasty, they failed to capitalize further. Prophet dies to Viper, and from that point on, with Shanghai Dragons, they're on the victory path.
I mean, with the Dragons of old, you know, we would say, okay, 2.5 minutes for the Streets phase, that can be workable. Didn't have those same expectations, just given what we have been seeing, but the story being rewritten a little bit, it would seem, as it was a very strong beginning. BH is setting out that recon, trying to see what he can spot. We'll swap up with Sombra, so we'll get the mirrored matchup once again. There's some early pressure being applied here to Hisu, trying to play forward and get some of that ult charge nice and early. He does get shoved back.
Very important to see what kind of setup we have here from the two Prophets, as Big Prophet just goes down to minimal, maybe even 1 HP there.
6. At that
There's
point,
the Sombra,
doesn't
though.
make a difference.
The Sombra Prophet needs to be the one to really get the setup going. Frontlining for now, so not able to get effective hacks if you frontline like that. You're just charging EMP.
Krillin is just left on an island. Bellisria as well, still down low. Viper looking for the chase, but even though he's not going to be able to get the kill, he's still maintaining a lead on this pulse bomb charge. 9% up over Prophet. Still building, so we'll have the first one.
This nano that will make the difference here. Lusuman, I mean, as a team that is losing the skirmish, taking more damage, you are getting a lot more healing in. And this nano is going to be really deadly. Dragons don't have anything to kind of stop it. The EMP is nearly there. It's going to have to be there. Hisu once again leading the EMP charge.
Bellisria trying to gain this high ground control, but gets hacked, gets forced down. Prophet on the hunt. Spotting Viper, it's taken down to half instantly. Here's however it does fall. PH into the back line, finds one. Gangnam Jin down low. Needs to try to stay alive. EMP going to be committed to the fight. Prophet immediately going to be taken down. PH is still alive, though, has an EMP of his own. He can decide to set up for it. Or if they want to wait for the Tracer to come back and have that much more damage. Either way, the Dragons...
They have control.
Still losing out on their Ana. Yeah, they do have to pull back away. Sumin, however, still under fire. Kill comes in. Krillin hoping to keep him alive. Saves his cohort. His PH goes up here onto the high ground. EMP solo use over onto Gangnam Jin. They want to take that rally out of the fight. They're able to do so. And Prophet with the nano will find Iris. As the support's now gone, that's the point going to be broken open. Flooded going to move forward. Wisely, again, holds on to that primal. Doesn't want to commit it in. Knows at this point is completely washed.
And this is the nano for EMP trade that we initially saw from Lee Soo-min versus Hisu. Despite the pick coming through from Dragons, the area control goes the way of Seoul Dynasty because Dragons end up pulling back to Cafe. They pull back towards their own spawn. That allows Seoul Dynasty to set up for their next EMP, target the supports as both the DPS again, a Prophet and Prophet duo. One kill onto each of the supports, so with no supports, Dragons, they can't fight, and 2 out of 3 ultimates were also on their supports.
Decent build up here. Viper's 20% away from that X-Pulse. Prophet trying to get his online. Flood up playing very far forward here compared to the rest of the squad.
You're thinking about Nano, but they held.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that could have been a potential Nano situation. Fled was on half HP. Would have been high value. He's had the primal
as well. Or rather, he's going to be... hacked is the word I'm looking for. There we go. As Bella's is the one who's anti. Looping around. I'm just looking to go ahead and displace off this high ground. Trying to peel, open things up a little bit more for the push. Viper, let's let the pulse go out. Not going to be finding a recipient though. Rally, rolling. Nano goes across. Krillin just being saved here by Lee Soo-min. Just trying to keep him in the fight. You managed to keep both these supports alive for the time being. It's Prophet now. Once again, look to find a high value stick target.
It's going to come back down to heat. Pretty slow, however. Yeah, you talked about it. High value stick target straight in the back line. Prophet just farming Iris today.
Yeah, does allow for Lee Soo-min to potentially get caught up again as well. Gangnam Jin, though, rally rolling, finds PH. Flooded going to be taken down, however, so without a tank. Playing forward and keeping this cart locked in place going to prove to be very difficult. Hisu lobbing out that translocator, has to make his exit. And that's just going to be the Shanghai Dragons contained back towards the spawn room now.
I mean, it's 1 step forward, 2 steps back for the Dragons. They get the EMP out again, way ahead of PH on the other side. They even get a trade kill. They get it, but they lose Fleder. I mean, Fleder was on 1 HP there, got melted down, so you can't really maintain any position without your tank. Seoul Dynasty continue pushing forward, and now they are the ones sitting on EMP. The last time we saw this, it was a game winner for them. They were able to get the cap. Now the payload is in a forward enough position, they might get it again.
And that's both the supports completely caught out by it. Completely caught unawares and unprepared. Kills come across. Viper still trying to do something here into the back line. Will get that pulse bomb stick onto Krillin, so he gets taken out, but hack on a flutter from PH. He's gone. That's going to be the cap here on a B. Viper with just a little bit of added delay. Chew up a couple seconds, but it's 3.5 minutes now for the attempt for the finish here for the Dynasty.
You have to remember as well, because Dragons don't have any time here. Dynasty finished with over 1 minute. They're going to be in a draw-only scenario in terms of they can win, but Dragons cannot. Dragons can only draw.
Yeah, I set the stage for that.
With over 3 minutes for Seoul Dynasty, I mean, it's very likely they can get that. They're still rotating through ultimates well. Tank ultimate coming online with the Primal. Lee Soo-min looking at another Nano slightly ahead of Eris.
Oh.
Dragons, the one thing that they've really had is the EMP. Can they get the kill? Oh my goodness, they missed out.
Oh, Viper wasn't there.
That would have been good.
Yeah, it was just Eris and Fleta trying to pick up the kill there. Had Viper been the immediate premises, they almost certainly would have been able to find that, as Prophet has found his way into the back line. He really wants to bully out Iris here, but this time the pulse bomb is not going to connect. PH again going to be forced away. Nano for Nano goes across here onto both of the Winstons, and Krillin just gets absolutely evaporated. Viper diving in alongside Fleta. Finds both the supports. Sleep on the Velosphere. He'll get woken up. Doesn't want to use that primal, so just has to go down to Hisu. He does have that EMP in the pocket, so a couple fights. The cycles are there. The stage is set for Dragons to be able to chew away this time bank.
Such a brilliant dive coming through from Dragons, and what we saw so far across pretty much the entirety of B, it was the Seoul Dynasty dive that just annihilates Gangnam Jin and Eris every single time, but now it's Hisu and Viper the dive, and is Lee Soo-min and Krillin forfeited in terms of their lives. Huge win for the Shanghai Dragons to set potential for this defense. 3 ultimates available now, but could be a big EMP.
And it is. Finds both the supports once again. Still, though, proving to be a little bit more difficult to chase forward and get Iris. Prophet now going to be slept, goes down to 3 HP before the recall takes him out to safety. PH will find that final elimination, gets the follow-up hack here across the Fleta, tries for it. The shield does come down just in time to go ahead and block line of sight, and Fleta drops to the low ground and then finds Prophet. So,
Halo still pushes
gets used. They find both supports, but yeah, it's not clean. Payload does get moved up, but it's 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining, and you're talking about, you know, needing to have more than 1 minute remaining. This is definitely holdable for the side of the Shanghai Dragons.
It is. They got to survive for 30 more seconds, and then Dragons will at least have a fighting chance of the OT if we're assuming Dynasty cap. So Dynasty still could be in position for it, unless Viper does some really special stuff now.
Still very low. Pulse bomb again going wide. Does get a minor amount of damage there. Working down that green HP on Iris, but the rally continues. Prophet dead. Krillin, Lisa Min all falling. Bellisria, he's used the primal in this fight as well. Fleta still holds on to one of his own. They have the nano. A minute remaining now in the time bank. So no matter what, even if the finish comes through, we're going to extra innings and Shanghai Dragons getting the 10th cap.
But now we can talk about having a real discussion that Dragons might hold this and win the entire map right here. We might not have to go to OT. That was a gigantic fight win for the Dragons. They sit on ultimates, big ones as well. The primal, the extra primal for Fleta, be that and OT gets a delay, allow your team to get respawned, something Bellisria doesn't have and can't do. Isu still leads on EMP. I mean, I think you tip Dragons to maybe get this one. They're about to have 4 ultimates. If there is a chance for Dragons to win them a map, their first map of the season, it would be now, especially with that kill.
Oh, read him like a children's book. They knew exactly where he was going to recall to. Iris had that ante ready to go. They take down Prophet. Pulse bomb going across, not going to be able to find the kills. That's one fewer ult to deal with here for the side of the Dynasty, but Dragons, they still have an Nano, a Primal, the EMP on its way. PH still 22% out.
Where's Hisu? Where is he? Because if he sits up a dive right now, they can go preemptively. This is so good. But if they go now and get an EMP,
they get Krillin. The Nano has to be used just to try to bail him out. Cart is being pushed forward in the meantime here by the rest of the members of the Dynasty, but they have to get grouped up. They have to become a collective unit if they want to be able to win this out in OT. Primal goes out. EMP going to be used over towards the back line. You can see the juggle coming across. A huge sleep dart connects to Lee Soon-min, saving his own life. Pack onto the Mega Pack so they have something to fall back on. PH now moving forward. EMP goes across, managing to find 3. Fleta taking low. The Nano thrown out as soon as Iris possibly could. Keeps Fleta alive and in the fight. This is for all the marbles now. Shanghai Dragons looking to get their first map win. But still looking to hold the corner. 58 health. Jumps back out. Grabs that mini. Stays alive. Gangnam Jin, however, going to be antied out. Finished off. PH finding the kill. Finding the follow-up as well. Fleta going to be taken down. Hisu, bird lower and lower. Jumps back. Does get topped up. But the rally is available. And it's going to be popped. And they get pushed forward. So it's going to be a minute apiece as the Dynasty barely get to the end of the map.
I'm going to be honest, man. I think that was a bit of a whiff from the Shanghai Dragons. They had 4 ultimates. They had all of the beginnings of what would be a brilliant map win by defending C. They might still get it through the OT, but now anything's possible. Anything's open. They forced the Nano onto Krillin straight away. I mean, they saved the EP. That's fine. I think that was a brilliant play. You know the Nano's been forced out. It's not on Bellisria, which would have been more important. Lee Soon-min has to do it just to have Krillin survive, and then you can set up for another fight later with an actual EMP without a Nano to counter it now. The Shanghai Dragons, they make their actual dive happen. Eris doesn't Nano Fleta in time. Fleta has a primal first. I mean, you prefer the Nano to come through, and then Fleta in the back lines can then primal afterwards, not the other way around. Hisu also does a solo EMP on the Lee Soon-min, and they don't get the kill. Lee Soon-min survives, and he even gets a sleep onto Fleta as well. So Seoul Dynasty just survive against what would be, I think, should have been the winning defensive play from the Dragons with all the superior ultimates, and it just didn't happen. They whiffed. They straight up whiffed.
I mean, they did, but at the same time, this is still a significantly better performance than we would have anticipated, especially considering how this map began with them nearly getting full held. So we say, okay, you know, they managed to make it to the end. The defense looks crumbly, but they're still looking stronger. And that is something to be scared about if you're the Dynasty.
Absolutely looking strong, but you need to win maps here, and this is a super winnable map for the Dragons, as was the round of Lijiang on Gardens, which maybe you don't win the map there, but you shouldn't get around so far. Dragons, you got to put something on the table.
Well, more of the same for the Dynasty here on the defense to start. A very different look as Viper goes over to the Reaper. Here's as well here on the Kiriko with Gangnam Jin back over onto Lucio. Up onto the high ground, Zoom-in, just chipping away where possible, but it's going to be Bellisria completely barreled over. Fleta finding that opening kill, now jumps up here into the cafe on the high ground. Found Krillin before the sleep can connect. This is a wash. They're going to be able to break through. Fleta taking a little bit low, but the heels come across. You're just looking to build up towards that Kitsune rush, and good lord, this should be the cap.
There should be a retake, because Bellisria is alive now. If Fleta goes down, I think Dynasty get the retake, but now Dragons have a fair shot at capping, and Dynasty give it up. That is a humongous cap. Because now Dynasty, with the same 1 minute, they got some real work to do on the opposite end. We'll see how far Dragons can take the rest of this payload, but dare I say, just getting a cap on its own is already insane progress for OT.
I mean, we saw it took them, what, like 2 minutes to be able to get that cap initially. Had about a 4.5 minute time bank as they began the second phase.
EMP versus Kitsune Rush. That's the style for the next fight.
They need to try to hold this right here in the choke, not let this card get any more distance. EMP does go across, but here as he teleports forward, pops the rush. PH gonna be taken down. Viper finding the kill instantly. The Dynasty on the back foot, having to retreat. Viper fiercely up onto the high ground, TPs into the face of Belzria, forces him to displace, and the cart is cruising at a steady pace.
That was a max range EMP anyway. I think PH did that so far away from Eris. And it's a complete map. He didn't get anybody. That is a gigantic whiff from the Dynasty, who now need to try and save themselves with a Nano and a Pulse, but it's versus Hisu. And if Hisu can connect this EMP, Dragons, they're on their way to threatening the B cap and maybe even getting it.
Prophet noted in the back line. The recall's still down. About to have it available. Wants to try to get Eris Gangnam-jin, however, going to get taken down. The EMP does get used from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. It seems like it's going to lead to their demise, as the sleep is good. Viper shut down the Death Blossom, not going to be able to find anything, so it's going to be just in front of B, the resting place for this cart. The win condition is set, but good lord, with just a minute to go, can the Dynasty replicate this monumental success from the Dragons?
They would have to do it in one push. I mean, Dynasty, it would take the whole minute just to get A. And even then, afterwards, you get, what, the extra 30 seconds of bonus time. You'll be into the OT before you know it. Let's take a look at the early dive again. Just drops on a Balestria. I think Fleta was looking for the play on the high ground. He was maybe targeting Liu Sumin, but just finds the opportunity to jump on top of Balestria instead. The burst damage enough. Lands another support. Dragons. What a crazy opening fight win. That's everything you need to set yourself up once again a win condition for taking away this map. And truly, Seth, I don't want to speak into the world, but it would be a monumental tragedy for the Dragons if they don't win this map now. To push far into B off 1 minute, to nearly get the hold on to C as well. How many times are Dragons going to be handed a strong possibility of a win to not clutch it through? Surely this is the one. This is the one where they get their Iron Fist and grab that victory. Because Dynasty have so much work to do here.
I mean, you know, I was talking about it for the Dragons. It's really both of these teams in the past in APAC were the two squads that you say, okay, a minute on the clock, they can get it done. But it's very different looks. And given the way that Dragons have been performing, how close this has been, it seems like the Dynasty, it should be a bridge too far for them. Prophet worked away out here. Hisu looks to build up this EMP very rapidly. Nearly 20% ready to go. Splutter gonna get hacked, but he's already on the way out and around the corner. That much more pressure now here on Prophet, who widely has been whiffing these last couple pulse bombs. Needs to have a stick.
It's 30% gone now. 30% gone. It's 30 seconds gone, rather. That's half the time gone. Prophet got slipped by the way. That connected Eris. My goodness.
Okay, the bubble comes down to keep it protected. Viper gets a little bit of damage across. Widely, they're being stayed back. 12 seconds now left to go.
No ultimates. No one has ultimates. This is going to be straight up neutral. Dynasty got to make magic happen.
I mean, Viper's the closest one. Does go low. Dive into the cafe. Fleta now matching. Belzria has to make his exit. Jumps back over. Point being contested. Anti onto Gangnam-jin. That goes over onto Fleta. Sleeper onto PH yet again. Anti goes across. He's working out, but he manages to stay alive. Pulse comes across. Viper finds Krillin. And that could be everything. Belzria has to try to make his exit, but he cannot. Hisu takes him down. Lee Min will be able to find Fleta moments before the OT bleeds away. And the Shanghai Dragons are, in fact, going to be able to pick up this map. They did not squander their advantages this time around here, Avril. They close it out. They get the first one of the season.
Dude, I wish the Dragons cameras are on because they would be celebrating right now. That is a humongous weight lifted off their shoulders. And they knew they were going to win this map. Well, they knew they should have won this map because multiple situations where they're in the lead, they were playing better than the Seoul Dynasty. Genuinely speaking, their dive was, on average, probably better than Dynasty on this particular map. And at times as well, Lijiang Tower as well, with that at times being only on Gardens because that's where the only time we saw them play a dive. Viper plays out of his mind. He gets the only ultimate that we see in the Dynasty attack at OT, and he gets a stick. He absolutely blows the Dynasty out from any possibility of getting a cap on A and challenging that B distance in the OT. But I think even if Dynasty get the cap on A, to get that much distance from B would be far too much. Like you said, a bridge too far.
I mean, even ahead of that pulse bomb, the delay tactics from Shanghai, Hisu drawing so much pressure to people, having to really deal with him at the very beginning. He gets an early lead towards an EMP, just buys them 15 seconds alone. Then the sleep dart on the Prophet. They have to put their efforts into just defending him, making sure he doesn't die. And by the time they actually get to even really look at the point, there's 15 seconds remaining on the clock, and then Viper goes in and he does that. Absolutely fantastic. This has been a complete turnaround look from the side of the Dragons. Yes, did they drop that fight on the, the point C defense on the Dynasty's push? Yeah, they had that ult advantage, but they at least were able to close this map. Like you said, they avoid that Shakespearean tragedy. They get the map win locked in, loaded up. We are now tied up at 1-1 between these two squads. Something that we might not have anticipated, but we are very happy to see who's going to be able to take the lead. We do have Escort on the horizon, so that's going to be coming at you in just a couple of minutes. It will be Junkertown to see who moves up the match point. So don't go anywhere, because rejoice, Dragons fans. You've got something to cheer for. We are back, and we are tied up at a 1-1. The Dragons getting a very solid advantage, having a fairly miraculous push in front of point B there on Hollywood, and they do not squander the lead. They closed it out, they tie it up, they get their map win here for the season to start. Now we get to see if they can go ahead and double down.
I mean, this has been a crazy turnaround from the Dragons 2 days ago. We saw them 2 days ago, and they crumbled. They did not look competitive at all. Hadn't changed anything from the opening week match. It did not seem like the Dragons were going to get too much done this weekend, but already day 3, their third match, they've taken their first map of the season so far, and while that may just be a small thing for the Dragons, it's a small step for what I think could be a greater leap forward as we get deeper into the series. I mean, they have a real win condition on their hands. They can actually beat Dicey in a head-to-head mirror with Fleta on the Winston, who, by the way, was comparable to Bellasaria on the Winston, definitely in terms of statistics. And I don't think final blows is the most important thing to look at for a tank, but I'll say it here because it is interesting. Bellasaria with 8 final blows, Fleta with 14. He really got a lot of work done on those dives with Viper and Hisu. And it's Viper especially that I want to bring attention to. Not only did he get that entirely clutch pulse bomb kill, the only ultimate we saw in the OT at the end, but he had 19 final blows. He's the final blow leader for the entire lobby, ahead of both the Prophets on the other side, who had 15.
Well, as you can see on your screen, we will have our first little substitution in the series, as Void is going to be stepping in, looking to bring the Dynasty up to match point and shift the momentum away from the Dragons as we do get ready to go into the Junkertown.
This was the map that I was thinking, okay, if there's a map for Void to come on in, it will probably be the Escort. Option for Sigma, option for Diva. For Fleta on the other side, I mean, now I have to wonder, does he even bother trying any of those other heroes? I think the Winston's been looking good.
Looking
the
good.
48-hour turnaround has been good for the Shanghai Dragons, so, you know, don't fix what ain't broke at this stage. You've been winning with the Winston, keep on winning with that. Now as we dive in a little bit deeper for these actual stats, you see the 17 to 15 final blows, but even better than that is the pulse bomb attach rate. 50%, by the way, and a lot of that onto the backline. Here's another fun one for you guys. There is a clear, I think, sore thumb when I look at the stats in terms of deaths. Krillin with 14. And Lee Sumin on 9. And then Gangnam Jin and Eris on 9 and 10 respectively. So Krillin was heavily targeted by the Shanghai Dragons dive. On the Lucio, on the Brig. 14 deaths is a lot for a single map. I don't know that I'll say it's his fault, but he was being excessively targeted by players like Viper, and it is represented by the fact that he had a 50% pulse bomb attach rate, 19 overall final blows, I think 17 recorded, but I can see 19 on my page. In any case, more than anyone else in the lobby, a decent amount of that on Krillin. Yeah,
the regular recipient of those pulses. Very brilliantly done here by Viper, who, you know, even in the first two very shaky and, you know, obviously winless Dragons matches, did have, you know, his moments where he was popping off and going crazy playing that Tracer in particular. But now with the rest of the team seemingly, you know, getting onto the same page, it just feels like he's been very much unlocked. Worth noting, the fan signs that we showed earlier, celebrating the 1-year anniversary of Changshik becoming an Overwatch commentator. So shout out to Changshik.
You should take him out for dinner again. Is it with
Yeah.
Terror? You find out what Terror's doing. Like, he's on a team, right?
This time he's got other people that he could celebrate with. So he could just go celebrate with the other Korean commentators, I suppose. He's not all on his lonesome this time around.
Terror's on Washington, that's right. So
yeah,
can't get
I wouldn't
back.
mind. I wouldn't mind going out to dinner with Changshik again. He's a lovely lad. And his English is excellent. Honestly, he could, if he wanted to, he could come for our jobs. Hopefully he doesn't, though.
Yeah, please, please.
Please, Changshik, no.
Some of us need to be able to eat, okay? I'll tell you what, Dragons certainly eating better tonight than other nights we've had so far in the 2023 season. 1-1 scoreline.
There are no secrets.
Listen, I don't know if they're going to win the series just yet. Dynasty might possibly still 3-1 this, but already you're feeling much better about this matchup than coming into it expecting a possible 3-0. It is going to be now Void on the Diva as expected, and as I mentioned as well, Sigma could have been the other option, but they'll play for the verticality. Everything else is the same.
Yep. Dragons sticking with what's been working. Don't mind that at all. Void just looking to go ahead and pressure out Hisu a bit here, and he's actually going to get the kill. Not sure if the translocator was taken down, but either way, not even that much, you know, added EMP charge compared to PH, who's currently at 22.
I think the Void Diva also just does a better job of spy checking as well, so they have that added benefit if they really want to shut down Hisu. Which is going to be important for this matchup because, as we've noted, Hisu has been the EMP leader in terms of ult charge time over PH previous maps. This time he's going to be slightly behind, but even with the extra death, he's instantly caught up.
Yep, with spy check there. On the way back in by Prophet. Translocator taken care of as well, so he needs to go ahead and reset another one. Viper, though, because of Prophet's little backline excursion, does have a slight lean towards that pulse bomb, which it just feels like he's got it on the regular. Using him, it's like it's a regular ability, and that's going to be PS taken down. Viper finding that kill. Now Pulse is at the ready. Not going to be necessary for now.
Dynasty back. I mean, they're all just having to retreat now, wait for their 5. talk about Hisu leading. Now he definitely leads. They both had one death. The Hisu, even with the death, was keeping up with the Dynasty, and now he's running far ahead. Eris on point with Lee Soo-min for the Nanos as well, so Shanghai Dragons are not at all behind for this very important engagement.
Viper hacks, but Fleta immediately arriving to apply pressure, so PH gets forced away. Gotta wonder how strange it is right now for both Void and Fleta in this matchup as the tanks playing against one another.
Yeah.
The pulse gonna go wide. In the meantime, it is Lee Soo-min who gets taken down, so Iris survives. Dynasty suffer again, and now Krillin eliminated. Viper still not even having to commit to this pulse. Void in danger of losing the mech, and yep, will lose it right as he gets over to the high ground. Can jump off the
Viper
side
killing
for a reset.
Krillin is basically the most common kill feed that we saw in the last map, and that's what we're going to start with here again. Soldanis with their second reset so far for this A attack, and more than 2 minutes has gone, man. That's half the time already elapsed. Payload has not exited the kill box yet, hasn't been able to get into the open, the most important stage. What you saw there in that exchange was, okay, Prophet forces Eris onto the low ground from the high ground. That's decent. But Hisu actually gets a kill into Lee Soo-min, so that's a huge amount of difference.
Oh, okay, well, the solo EMP this time around does find value. Viper going to be taken out, just given how he's been playing. I think that's perfectly fine, but there's still 4 ults ready to go here for the side of the Dragons, as Viper will be able to rejoin rather quickly. Part slowly getting inched forward as Void tries to put the pressure down on the Gangnam Jin. He's going to go ahead and use the rally, and Fleta pops the problem, gets on top of Lee Soo-min, and he just disappears. What a magic trick. Viper returns, immediately kills Krillin once more, still holding on to Pulse Bomb, by the way. And the card is held. There's a minute left.
I don't know how Lee Soo-min just got instantly popped like that. Must have been multiple members dropping on top of him at the same time, but they needed the nano. Nano into Void would have been brilliant there. Even a nano onto Krillin to keep him alive, because Krillin was instantly the next target, and Dynasty just died with 4 ultimates. They play over the EMP, which was a solo into Viper. Cool, 5 versus 4. You have the payload exiting into the open. That's important. And so Keta gone, and okay. Hisu dead.
They catch Hisu. He has the EMP. That's 1 of 3 ults available for the side of the Dragons. We'll see if that's going to be good enough as Riley gets opened up. Krillin popping it, but still widely the focus. A lot of fires. The Pulse Bomb gets lobbed in this time. Not going to find the stick, does Viper. Loses out on that as Gangnam Jin getting pressured from multiple angles. Heals being pumped up by Iris, trying to keep him alive. The back line eventually will go down. Fleta able to find 1. PH going to be taken out as the EMP does get used. And a hack onto 2, and Soo-min again having to use the nano, just trying to keep Krillin alive and in the fight. But with Fleta falling, that should be the Dynasty pushing forward and getting this A cap.
And the OT as well. Just as the 0 comes down, it's 2:30 being added to the clock. Dynasty will be able to get another 5 versus 4. Honestly, the translocator play onto Hisu dying was huge. Eliminating the threat of the EMP at the start of the fight is gigantic. Hisu eventually comes back. I did note that he got a 4-man EMP, but they lose both Gangnam Jin and Eris. Can't really win from there. Hisu looking for a bit of revenge now. Prophet has been revealed, so they can kill the translocator. Prophet just revealed. Okay, you're dead now.
And he's dead. Yep.
Why did he... I guess it happened quickly, but you definitely don't reveal if your translocator's gone. Maybe he didn't realize.
I don't know. Either way, that's just going to give Dragons control now.
Okay, that was
playing
silly.
Here on the low ground. See how they decide to try to break through this. Nade in, Void going to be antied. Definitely the best target for it compared to the rest of the team, and now they've been suffering every time Iris is able to line these up. Fleta though hacked, goes low and will be taken down. Prophet finally able to arrive, finishes the job. Alright, still not moving though. Pressure applied. Again, the Pulse Bomb going wide. Prophet just not his day, it would seem.
Straight to the gutter.
These connections.
Now, I think it's going to have to be Void or the other Prophet coming through with the spare on this one. Otherwise, you wouldn't get any points this round. You wouldn't want that for the Dynasty. EMP available ahead of Hisu. Where does he get laid out?
Pulse is in. Viper gets out scot-free. Lee Soo-min now taken down. Again, more time bought. A minute remaining. We'll see how long it takes Viper to get this next one.
They can't reset either because they're in the thick of it. I mean, look at where they're positioned. Dynasty, they have to commit. Even 4v5, even with Lee Soo-min gone. Slowly making their way back in. The time is a factor now as well. PH is looking for this EMP, but he can't see supports. He can only see Gangnam Jin for now. He wanted to solo Hisu.
He's gonna go for it! He just translocates out! Hisu! With the probably unknowing that he was doing it, but with the greatest bait that we've seen so far.
Outplayed.
Just completely denies it, then goes over right into the front line, drops his own EMP. Krillin gonna get hit by that one. Void forced to use that self-destruct, not gonna be able to find any eliminations. But still gonna be value found. Rally pops, Gangnam Jin matching. Nano goes across over on a flood. Iris takes
dead
down Lee
again.
Min. That's the Nano now eliminated from the fight. Everything is falling apart completely and utterly for the Dynasty. Krillin cleaved down. There's no support. So Baby Diva taken out as the OT will start to dwindle and Prophet can't even come close to touching this card. BH will arrive. Will translocate away. But it's not going to stop the inevitable. The Dragons are alive and well in this matchup. The Dynasty, however, looking fairly absent. Round 1 is complete, as it is just a complete and utter chokehold.
Put me in a time machine and take me back to 2021, because it seems like no matter what year we're in outside of 2018, the Dragons are just better than the Dynasty. Even now, where you expect this to be a hugely Dynasty favored matchup, it just doesn't feel that way at all.
Look at the dive.
We talk about Krillin being on a death timer, just a constant respawn timer on Hollywood. Now it's like Lee Min feeling the heat. He didn't get a nano off. He was just consistently dead, flattened time and time again. No nano in the last fight. Lil P as well, second memp of the series. He's had 2 in a row now. 1 on the last map, 1 on this map as well. He couldn't see supports, fair enough. Wanted to go for Hisu for the solo. We do see that sometimes. Solo EMP on the opposing Sombra. But Hisu just outplays him.
But
Hisu
normally,
with the quick fingers, I guess he heard the EMP coming, just translocates away.
Whether it was that or if it was just a timing thing, either way, I mean, credit to Hisu. We'll go with that he heard it. Let's give him the credit because he's been playing.
I think he's a good enough player. I think he's an exceptional player, so he probably heard it.
I think we go with that narrative. But it's just one of those things. It's like trying to get a pulse bomb stick on an enemy tracer. Oftentimes, trying to go for the EMP onto the enemy Sombra is just not going to go well for you. Recall's going to get used. The translocate's going to come through, and they get out of there. A huge play to completely shut down their entire arsenal.
This Hisu match, because we've seen him time and time again in the series. Whatever Little P plays, Hisu plays as well. But for now, he's sticking onto the Sombra. I don't see him going back into spawn. Boy now with the Sigma as well. So this is something we talked about, the 2 options for this map, the Diva or the Sigma. Boy chooses the latter for this defense.
He's sticking with it.
It's too much time has gone by. Your 30 seconds has gone. If you don't swap the first, 5 seconds, I think you should stick with it. So he needs to start getting this EMP underway now. To be fair, I think it'd be more difficult for him to snipe, considering he doesn't have the double flex support, Sigma shield, and all that to play behind, whereas PH does.
PH looking to set up a kill here. That's a cross, flooded down to half. Void, however, under fire. He's hacked out, but he'll come through. He gets some little minor amount of green HP as well, absorbing projectiles, and Prophet will finally be able to find Gangnam Jin. So that's the first bit of pressure alleviated here for the Dynasty as Void is pressing forward. They really want to be able to get these other eliminations, and it looks like they are not going to be denied. Gonna send Flood both falling for some added stagger.
This is the most important. Oh my god, he's doing
single digit.
He really threw the needle with that translocator there. They're, I think, looking. They know he's behind, but not willing to chase. I was going to mention, this is the most important area for Dynasty to hold. This composition, the Sigma double flex, gets a lot more difficult to play once payload goes in the open. So you really need to hold this choke point. With the infra side out as well, this is dangerous for Hisu. He's already been revealed, already on low HP.
Prophet now, the question, can he get a stick? He's looking for it. That one, going to be good. Here's taken down. Prophet back on the menu. This immortality field going to get cleaned up. Flutta again taken low. And it's going to be PH finding both DPS. Great headshots from him. He's playing down the long sight line. Finds those kills. Flutta now fallen as well. The staggers just continue.
And this has been a hard game. Viper goes Genji, which is his specialist, by the way. It's been over 2 minutes and Hisu hasn't found an EMP yet. This is just telling you how much of a chokehold this is for the Seoul Dynasty. So Shanghai Dragons defending on B is great, but Seoul Dynasty are currently trying to make this one a full hold. PH, by the way, is playing his best hero. He basically one-trick Widowmaker his entire journey through O2 Blast. And Viper basically one-trick Genji his entire journey through O2 Blast. So both these guys coming through on the same contenders team, playing their signature heroes now.
So far, definitely a bit more slow going here for Viper's side. 3 ults available for Dynasty. Nearly 4 online for the Dragons. Let's see if that's going to be enough for them to go ahead and finally break through and get this cap, because they do want to do it with at least some time remaining. These two going to be taken out. Yep, goes in for the EMP, and PH sets up the headshot, takes him down. Flutta able to survive. Void as well, now going for the flux, picks him up into the air. Pressure being applied to PH. Down low, Viper finally able to find that elimination, but Pleta, as he drops down, the ult expires, and so too does his life, and Viper's gonna get killed off by his previous teammate. There with the poison trap. 48 seconds now remaining as we'll take a look back at these 2 kills.
This should be the double on the 2 DPSs, right? Oh my! Woohoo!
Okay.
That's why Hisu swap. You see that Hisu swap on the Widowmaker? He's like, okay, we're playing this game now, huh? We are gonna play this game as Fleta even goes over towards the Sigma. So with the last 30 seconds, they got a mirror match up except for the Viper on the Genji, and Gangnam Jin's also swapping up. Fair enough. They're expecting to brawl this one through. I respect it. They're also playing a pseudo die with the Genji, so you might as well help them out with the Brig. But at this stage, Dynasty, they have the advantage. Unless...
That's exactly what I needed. Body shot over on Lee Soo-min as well as Hisu gets a follow-up. Takes down Prophet, takes down Void, takes down Lee Soo-min! And suddenly he's on for the ace, the team kill off the back of the Widow. Krillin just hightailing it, hovering his ass all the way out of there. And that's gonna be the cap, you would suspect.
Oh, he nearly got a 5k just right there on the respawning Prophet. I would have given it to him too, but too much time has elapsed now. Trying to go for the final touch. We'll make it just in time with a meter to go.
No.
But Dynasty, no, it's over. Hisu with the late swap onto the Widowmaker. A 4k to open up the point.
Absolutely unreal scenes from Hisu. It took him a year and a half to build up the EMP. It got nothing. He swaps to the Widow, and then it's just 6 quick shots. It might have been all one taps.
The strategy is, whatever PH plays, I play, and Hisu should have just done that from the start. Match whatever hero Prophet gets to play, and he's starting out, speaking of Prophet, the other one now, the big one, gets the kill on him. So 5 versus 4 with Blade available.
Looking for that little flick across onto Lee Soo-min, unable to find it. Poison trap cleared, note on the back line. Viper trying to push up onto this position here with Gangnam Jin, with Fleta falling low, Immortality Field used. Gangnam Jin realizing that his attention is needed elsewhere.
They want to Blade for the win here, but there's no support. I mean, you got nothing to work with on the Blade. It has to be a dry Blade, and he's half HP and dead.
Instantly shut down. The accretion goes across. Pulse bomb out. Prophet almost killing himself with that one. It goes low. Does manage to survive and persevere. This Fleta now trying to play catch up and get this Flux ready to match against Voids.
This is going to have to be Hisu again. I don't really see too many avenues for the Dragons to succeed here. The Void Flux is gigantic. I mean, that could be the defense. Written the stars on the Flux alone. Eris can window, sure, but Void instantly counters that one with the Flux. And for Sight, will aid you in the Widow matchup. Will it help you anywhere else?
Flux first from Void. Look at the drop him down, but Viper gets in front of Lee Soo-min, finds the deflect kill. Taking him out, now Ant Matrix is well set up from Eris. Pushing forward, they're so very close, but Fleta, he oversteps. Ends up getting taken down. Hisu still trying to continue, still finding value. Both the DPS taken down once more. Gets the dink across onto Void as well as they duke it out here on the cart. The kill comes across and suddenly it's just Krillin left. He gets a headshot, but that's not going to be good enough to stop him. The Dragons will win. Junkertown is theirs, as is the lead. Now 2-1, looking to close out their first series victory.
What a hit scan performance on the attack there with the Widowmaker for Hisu. He is living through the Spirit of Pine on Junkertown. An insane amount of kills. Take a look at the 4K again. Boom, number 1. And it just keeps on going. Dude doesn't miss.
You know what?
This is what they did to Cap A. I mean, it's just an entire killing spree. I don't care either. Mitch would say something about Hisu doing a swimsuit calendar. It's fine. I'll take those. Line me up. I'll buy one right now.
I'll buy 10. I'll cover my walls with that. Replace my wallpaper because damn, that was a hot performance. And what a turnaround from, again, nearly being full held to then going on to win the map. Shanghai Dragons. I don't know what they ate today, but they should start eating it every single day.
They're eating tiger. They're eating tiger right now.
That they are. Absolutely devouring them. And now, match point in their hands. It all comes down to push to see whether or not they're going to be able to get us over the finish line. Or if this could be a 5-mapper.
The Heat is indeed leased today. If there was a day for the Heat to be leased, it is happening right now. It's happening today. Can you believe that prior to this matchup, the Dragons were 0-6, looking absolutely abysmal, and now they're actually at match point.
What's the final blow rate?
Potentially get a what for Hisu?
Yeah.
10, which is the lobby lead.
There you go.
But second place is 9 with the Viper.
Wow. A massive performance here from the DPS. Sorry for shutting down whatever you're going to say there. I was just going to say,
48 hours ago, you would not even believe this. I was going to be probably pleased with Dragons taking a map, and now they're actually in the lead. Now they're actually on match point. They're actually threatening the win.
Yeah. Absolutely incredible turnaround from them with just 48 hours, as you say. But can they get it done? Can they finish the job? That's what we're going to find out. We're going to go to a break. We'll get into push. See whether or not it's going to be a 3-1 and a first match victory for the Shanghai Dragons, or if this is going to be a 5-mapper. Don't go anywhere. Obviously, it's been scrappy. It's been rough, but the action has certainly been delivering. I, for one, am here for it. I'm living for it. We'll see you on the other side. All right, and here we go, back into the breach once again. The match lead in the hands of the Shanghai Dragons. That's right, just joining us who are not mishearing me. They picked up 2 map wins here in this series, and now they look to go ahead and close out their first series win of the 2023 season. And Dynasty, again, going to be making some adjustments as Belzria is going to be coming back through for push, and that's not to be a surprise at all.
It's really pressure on for Dynasty now. I don't think they believe they would be in this position. Truthfully, I don't think any other viewers believe they'd be in this position either. This was,
sure.
I'll repeat myself again, on paper, it should have been a pretty clear-cut 3-0 coming through from the Dynasty. But the Dragons have leveled up massively, gigantically. We knew that they had potential in terms of the individual members. Pisu had always been a very solid player, fairly underrated, I'd say, but I think mechanically always quite gifted. Viper, reasonably, I wouldn't say the most hyped player coming through from contenders, but had a good reputation coming on in, and started for O2 Blast, at least for a little while in last year's contenders, where, you know, anybody that comes from that team, They're basically made of magic, and Viper really showed his stuff today, especially with all the Tracer stuff. But you look at the rest of the players, you're starting to think, okay, I don't know about the rest of this. Flitter today looked much better than Flitter on all the other days. And the supports, they're staying alive, they're making plays, they're getting targeted by the Dynasty as you'd expect, and Prophet is getting a decent amount of sticks, so there's not much more you can do about that. But all in all, Shanghai Dragons are starting to at least live up to some of the more individual bits and pieces of potential, especially now with Hisu. Widowmaker, let's talk about the critical hit accuracy, 41.7%. That's mean.
And it is. I mean, you know, all the other figures, granted, you could say, yeah, they're pretty close together, but Hisu was playing it for significantly less time, and the kills that he was finding significantly more impact, saving them on that push, being able to cap A, and then be able to take the map from there.
Yeah.
Just a fantastic swap. We were wondering if he was going to do it right off the rip as soon as he saw that, you know, Lil Prophet was going to be coming out with the Widowmaker. He didn't. He played the Sombra. He had an AKM blade of an EMP build time. That's a mouthful of words. But then he swaps, and the impact is noted.
I mean, as I said during the cast as well, for Prophet, for Junior over here, he basically one-tricked Widowmaker all throughout his time on O2 Blast in contenders, to the point where I was wondering if we were going to really see much else, because Probe, the other DPS hit scan on the team, both starting with Probe was mainly playing like the Sojins and stuff, and Prophet would come in for like the escort maps, right? Circuit Royale, play the Widowmaker. It was a really good looking Widowmaker, but he didn't really play anything else, and we're starting to see the hero pool be expanded. In the actual Widowmaker duel though, dude, Hisu just came out, mirrored him, and just wrecked.
Well, now we go into New Queen Street. See if this is going to be the staging grounds for Dragons securing the win, or if it's going to be another 5 mapper here for the Dynasty. Time will tell, but Bellisria back in, looking to have a stronger performance on this, you know, as we anticipate Winston. But the dives from the Dynasty have been very disjointed compared to the Dragons.
You live in Korea. How's this place? What rating would you give it?
Well, I mean, this one is obviously not in Korea, but it's probably overpriced. And the pork belly is probably like $20 a portion or something compared to like $8, $10 out here instead. And it's also probably one of those all-you-can-eat places that people love, and they eat nothing but bulgogi. Bellisria is going to show us the ball, at least again.
It's that for me, but only some Gyopsol. Anyway, I had an epiphany. I'm like, you're right. This is actually Toronto, not Korea. So we are going to Toronto. We've got a New Queen Street. The ball.
Not on Busan.
I don't think it's that weird. Ballistria, that's his main hero. That's a signature hero.
Sure.
We've also seen Ballistria play ball in this map before, especially last season. So this is not out of left field for me.
Oh,
and I also respect the fact that for Dynasty, they're trying something different.
Krillin doesn't know. Oh, okay. He'll just move on the side. Translocate out to safety. Flatting out, making his presence very well known as Bellstria comes to the rescue. Leaping up into the air. The bot for now is going to get solo push for the Dynasty, so getting a little minor amount of distance. Now going to be contested. Expect it's going to be, Viper. Keeping that one. And now dragging it back over towards their side of the map.
Probably just had the recall there. I mean, with that gone as well, Seoul Dynasty, they need to find a position to actually stage and get a fight, and they're currently just being zoned out. Prophet, the only player, maybe alongside the other Prophet, trying to get some work done.
Ooh, the sleep the ante, but the shield quite thick. Bellstria staying alive with the HP bars right now in the Dynasty. All dangerously low. Health packs have to be used. Sumin also under fire.
Much better.
Behind in charge towards that nano as well. Here's once more in the lead.
Should be EMP coming through now. Very quick charge time. We talked about how long it took on Junkertown, but that was versus Sigma double flex comp. Now in an actual dive mirror. Hisu's got it.
Okay, stick on the Fleta. Kill gonna be found. It's the tank gone. Gangnam Jin trying to stay alive desperately. Bellistria applying some pressure, but the bot's gonna be getting taken away. And push can resume here for the Dynasty.
Would have been tragic to lose the rally there, either dying or having to burn it. Flitter dying is unfortunate because now that's allowed the two Sombras to even out their EMPs previously. Hisu would have had advantage. Flitter dives in, EMP drops out. Could be a solo here. Hisu is deciding if he wants to just drop it on Lee Min.
Oh, but it's far too late. Okay, Krillin's gonna be the one scooping up the kills. Finds two. Hisu taken out by Lee Min, so a lot of fragging being done here by the side of the Dynasty supports. Pile driver in just to look to lock Fleta in place for a little while longer, but eventually can get the leap up and jump back over to the rest of the team. But lead is established. Dynasty in firm control.
So it's both teams trading supports there. Greatly played by Lee Sumin. I mean, they died anyway, Krillin and Lee Sumin, but he at least got to outplay Hisu a little bit there with a sleep dart. And both supports have ultimates. The only ultimates online until the tanks get hold of them. A very even game so far, just in the 30 meters for both.
The sleep can't find it. Krillin again. Headshot. Viper shut down. Well behind, but it will be a trade out eventually here onto the Tracers. Fleta finds one of his own.
Oh my god, Fleta!
Fleta is so low.
That all I think all 5 shots connected on Fleta's head.
It doesn't even give added, charge over to the Dragon supports because they've already had these ults. They just haven't been in a position to utilize them yet.
It doesn't give Krillin charge either. It's the same thing. All supports have ultimates, so they're all just waiting.
Driver in, Gangnam Jin up into the air. Gets taken down. Nano was used. Flood of the recipient. Krillin eliminated. Lee Soo-min now gone as well. Well, support's taken out before they can use the ults. As Hisu around the back, just milling both the enemy DPS. Here's hounded down. Velasria eliminated. It's a scrappy back and forth fight, but one that Wily the Dragons are winning, and they can finally start moving the bot back into push position.
Both sets of supports on both teams here, constantly in the respawn. Heavily targeted. Krillin and Lee Soo-min, they gotta get these ults out. I mean, you need to start seeing these ults being played, and at least areas dropped in the Nano. Shanghai Dragons, though, can't quite take the lead. I mean, this has been even back and forth brawling. It's because every single fight, no matter who dives first, the supports on the opposite side are traded. So we haven't had any clean fights yet from either team.
We have not. Bot again in the hands of the Dynasty. EMP up for both sides. Pretty much just about evened up, but Hisu will be able to get the clip there. Prophet taken down. Prophet taken down. Hisu collects both of them. It's the eliminations. Now Dragons can start advancing forward. Just the one ult to win the fight. Velasria down on the back end.
Velasria as well.
Yep, the hack is huge. Gets them a nice little stagger. Without the tank, they cannot push forward. Now the support's also in a bad position. They try desperately to stay alive. Fleta jumps in, looks to cut them off, but the Transcendence is going to be forced out. Sleep goes across, Fleta on the floor for a moment. Now going to be woken up. The Primal is well unleashed. Bot still getting pushed up, and yep, the cap is there.
Flip, rather.
Lead
the flip
comes through for the side of the Dragons. Yeah, as you say, I'm getting bit as well. The cap nearly there. Just a couple meters left to go in the contest. Finally found. This PH pushing forward. Pulse bomb out from Prophet. This time finding yet another stick. Does take them Gangnam Jin.
Harris still looking towards the Nano. They can hold this. They can stay in. Fleta has a Nano now available. Can they get the trades? So both tanks left.
Krillin's gone. The pulse bomb from Viper. Finding a support just as well. Prophet taken down. Clean up onto 3. The bot will be able to get this checkpoint at long last. Velasria the last one standing. Just try to delay a little bit longer, but not going to work. Bot will go ahead, take its little break. Shanghai Dragons can look to resume the push on the back end.
Yeah, it's just a heads-up play from the Dragons. I mean, this almost feels like one extended skirmish and fight all the way back to Hisu 3k. He got that 3k. Dragons chased forward, found the 2 supports, committed ultimate, stayed alive, and continued brawling on through for the subsequent team fight. Wins that as well. And now they actually have a cap. So established a firm lead. The first team to do so on this map so far.
Back on the Fleta, but Hisu so far out in front now towards that EMP. He's got it online. Prophet. Screw it. It's confusing at times. He's got it. He's only halfway.
Solo EMP.
Back line, the EMP does come across. Lee Soo-min staying alive, however. Still holds on to that Nano. Krillin nearly with the Transcendence, but seems like it might not be necessary as Gangnam Jin and Fleta are both going to get taken down. Now here's turning under the grave. It's both the DPS left, and Viper, he's going to fall. Another crack at this push for the Dynasty to see if they can go ahead and match that checkpoint.
Hisu left wanting for the EMP. Solo into Lee Soo-min. Healed up by Krillin. Lee Soo-min stays alive, and the Shanghai Dragons get slammed down and minefielded by Velasria. So good turnaround by the Seoul Dynasty, but time is against them now. 3:40 to go to try and match. It's only about, what, a 24-meter distance, so they can certainly equalize, but have to win like 2 fights in a row here.
The
Nano saves Krillin.
Does, keeps him alive. Nano expended. Need to be able to continue the push here, but Velasria take it down. Have to assume it's likely off the back of yet another hack here from Hisu. Didn't quite get to see it in time. Either way, bot getting closer and closer. Nano on a Fleta dives into the back line. Krillin now using the Transcendence. PH forced out somewhere. EMP ready to go. Down to a Silver had to go for the reset. The bot not able to get to that checkpoint quite just yet. Just over 3 minutes now remaining. Shanghai Dragons, they're maintaining the lead.
EMP has to come through this fight. Can they actually dive together?
Nice spot.
Revealed. Could have been the opportunity. Velasria, by the way, coming back over towards the Winston, so giving up the ball. And while PH has to translocate back, Hisu's catching up. So Dragons putting themselves into a good position here. If they can get a match in EMP, they can trade backlines again. If we keep going even like this, Dragons just went out on pure distance.
He's going for it, but they're looking for Viper, and it's not going to be enough.
Zero
get
kills.
away, and Hisu as well, staying alive. But tipped out, taking low. Primal going to be popped. Here is still safe. But once again, moving into Dynasty's territory. EMP out from Hisu, absolutely monstrous. Manages to find 3 and 2 kills so he can get cleaned up. Rhea trying to stay alive. The hack comes in. He leaps away, trying to join in, keep these supports protected. But Fleta, that's his go button. He goes diving in, and Krillin disappears. Submit as well. Added stagger. His Viper will be able to clean up too. He's looking for a little bit more, and he's going to get it. A 3K on the back end. The bot again pushing as the lead grows for the Dragons.
And now Dragons are in position to win the entire series. It's a 2-1 lead. Krillin now coming back. 5-man up for the Seoul Dynasty, but the distance difference at this time under 2 minutes is just extreme. I mean, Dragons, they're in such a good position, and Viper, he might secure it.
He does it again. These have been taken down.
100 meters coming up.
Just 2 meters away now. The bot pushing once again, 100 meters. Just about ready to double the distance here from the Dynasty, and they still don't have that checkpoint. They still don't have that marker, so even if they can make a miracle comeback here in this next minute and a half, we still have to wait out the bot's break time.
Oh, the stun!
Oh, stun in, and they pile into him. Prophet taken down, the pulse bomb held forward into the next life. And then Jin Rally rolling, trying to keep Fleta alive. He jumps back, joins into the rest of the squad. Healing for him quite effectively. They have to give up on this push at least for now, but the distance is still so staggering. But even if they do back away, even if they die, it still feels like the Dragons have already won.
I mean, you might as well write into the stars now. Even Dragons probably can't fumble this lead. It's 114 to 54. Dynasty have to go flawless here. They have to go flawless. You can see the frustration and Ria's face here as well. One push. I mean, if they fail even one push here and the payload gets reset, you got to go all the way back to base. So for the Dynasty, if there is a shot in hell to get this done and to come back and win this map, go to a map 5, has to be a flawless push from now until the end.
Forward spawn's gone. PH looking for the setup on the EMP. Scouting out, finds Iris, they pile in, Provid gets the kill. And Jin staying alive, but again, the bot not moving forward. They have to continue to push. Fleta gonna get shoved back. Iris respawned, looking to rejoin in, but Viper just continues to poke and prod down the stairwell, keeping that bot locked in place. The high ground contest as well, just more and more time. Taken away here from the Dynasty, trying to take this one away from them. Now Krillin is taken out of the fight. The pulse bomb comes across. He doesn't get to use a rally. And now we go into overtime. Blood with the Primal still held. Hisu, the EMP around the corner. He jumps in, diving on top of the members of the Dynasty. Pops it. The kill's not quite yet found, but Viper jumps in, gets the melee swing. Prophet eliminated. Lisa Min now taken down. And that's going to be it. There's just no way in hell that they're going to be able to win it out. Fleta cleaves down 2. Rhea dead. And PH cannot get back over here, and even if he had, he would have just been met with nothing but death. The Shanghai Dragons have actually pulled it off. They get the win, a 3-1 victory to secure their first match win of the 2023 season over the Seoul Dynasty. It just seems that somehow, some way, the rosters can swap, but the storylines, they do not change, Avril.
Time is a flat circle. The more things change, the more they stay the same. The Shanghai Dragons, somehow, even in 2023, with a completely revamped roster, still better than the Seoul Dynasty, at least for now. What a brilliant win. What a brilliant comeback. I mean, again, you look at this 48 hours ago, you're thinking, no shot. Seoul Dynasty got to clean up the Dragons 3-0. This is not going to be a close game. This is going to be a sweep for sure. But the Shanghai Dragons, after losing Lijiang Tower, well, you saw, by the way, you saw specks of brilliance. You saw tiny bits where you're thinking, maybe, just maybe, this Dragons team could pull through something impressive. We weren't expecting much, just a one map win, something. A round win in Lijiang would have been a good start. A map win would be even better. But how about an entire series? How about a match win? That didn't feel like it was possible, and yet here we are. Shanghai Dragons defying expectations in our second week. And it's going to be Viper player of the match on that Tracer performance. How many sticks this man gets, how many kills he got in that last fight and that last map.
Yeah, it felt like Viper early days when they had, you know, the 1-1 scoreline, very much in contention. Hisu very much making an argument for himself and earning my vote after the Junkertown, given the clutch performance to keep them in that map. But Viper then comes back in, still continues to have an absolutely immaculate performance, stick after stick, kill after kill on those back lines. I mean, Krillin and Lisa Min, they barely got to play the game, to be frank. They're on New Queen Street.
Yeah. It's just this clip as well we remember fondly from Hollywood. The Tracer performance today, to be able to play up against Prophet, who, you know, even again in 2023, still no slouch, still a top player in my opinion, but Viper as a rookie who opened up his season by hitting one clip by leave, now coming into his third match of the season looking very sharp indeed. So many well-placed sticks. I mean, we got, what was it, like a 50% stick rate on Junkertown, I believe it was, or maybe it was Hollywood here. 50% stick rate, really impressive. You're seeing that just continue all the way through the entire series, specifically on New Queen Street. Though this is where I felt like Viper was on a different level.
Took hold of this one. I mean, you see him going in, Krillin, Lee Min, both dead.
1v2.
Pulse pistols in the pulse bomb. Just wild performance from him. So there's definitely going to be people out there that, you know, are going to say Hisu robbed, should have got player of the match. I think you take a look back at these. Yeah, I mean, if we could do a joint player of the match, I think that this would be a very adequate time for it because they both played absolutely impeccably.
50%.
Still, yeah, he finishes the series with 50% pulse attach rate.
On 4 maps. Over 4 maps, he gets a 50%.
And over half of his eliminations were also final blows.
Oh, dude, because he had so many solo kills, and with the 1v2s we saw there as well, like, Jesus Christ, dude. For someone that I didn't even get to see play anything else in contenders, casting O2 Blast, again, he one-tricked Genji the whole year. Didn't see him on any other heroes. Comes through in the Overwatch League. Of course, if you're going to get picked up by an Overwatch League team as a flex DPS, the expectation is set. You obviously can't be a Genji one-trick, except for, I mean, we had Who Are You on this team at one point, but that's a different story. Nowadays, I mean, you got to be able to play the Tracer. You got to bring some other stuff to the table, and Viper has done that and more. Incredible stats. So, yeah, to me, honestly, I think Hisu and Viper could have jointly got... They can't, but if you could, if there was a possibility where they both could get the MVP and the player of the match for this game, they probably should have, because Hisu, to me, had the bigger gap over Prophet on the opposite end. But Viper also played Prophet a lot closer as well. And I purposely said that to confuse people. It is what it is. Soul, you did this to yourself. But Hisu, yeah, Hisu had the bigger gap in terms of Widowmaker and the Sombra. Viper, I think in terms of pure impact on kills and damage and pulse bomb attach rate, that was wild. That's insane. Both players played out of their minds.
I mean, yeah. Hisu and Viper were both better than Prophet, and they were also better than Prophet today. It's just a crazy performance, one that we did not expect, could not have really expected, but that we are so happy to see, I think, because this means that the Dragons, they're not going to be a slouch. People are saying, oh no, it's going to be another, 0-40 year, whatever. Not to be. Third attempt, they go ahead, they get their series victory. And if I'm correct now with the standings, this actually means that the Dallas Fuel is the only winless team in APAC at the moment. It's the defending champions that have started off 0-3. So good luck with everybody's pick'ems going into next week and everything, because I think
I want to know how many
shaking
people,
things up.
Well, how many people actually picked Shanghai to win this match? I don't doubt there are some hardcore Shanghai fans that will put the scoreline in that Shanghai wins no matter what, but that number could not have been higher. Like, if anyone's been paying attention to this region.
Yeah, my question is, how many people picked Shanghai and then also used their points booster on this match, saying that they were going to win, like, so they can get the double points? Because that's got to be a very low number. But hey, I mean, if you're betting on them as like a value bet, then I think that you probably got some good winnings off of this one, because
like one person waking up after 2020, they've been in a coma since 2021. They're like, yeah, we still have lip on this team, don't we? Yeah, we'll just 3-1 the Seoul Dynasty, no issues.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah. I'm happy to see this. Fleta, I've been talking about it a little bit, was copium from me, or hopium, I should say, that he is such a good player that he should be able to figure out how to play tank. He should be able to become a strong player. It was a matter of when is that going to happen, and will it, when it does happen, will it be too late? Even though I wouldn't say that the Dynasty played anywhere near their peaks today, and this was fairly scrappy and back and forth, especially on the first 2 maps. I will say that Fleta, he looked excellent on Winston today compared to the first 2. And in general, he looked like he was right at home, very comfortable playing Winston. Every time there was a call coming out from Hisu or Viper in that back line saying, hey, I found somebody there alone, we can get this pick, Fleta was right there. He arrived, and he was just consistently wreaking havoc. So I think in every metric he's leveled up. But Anyway, I'm sure we'll continue talking about this as we get ready to go to the next series because this is still such a wild result. But we are going to go to a break, and then when we come back, we're going to get into the marquee matchup of the weekend because it's the battle of the Zhous, the showdown, as we have said many a time in the past. Guangzhou Charge getting ready to go up against the Hangzhou Spark. Two our teams hovering around the top of the standings. We'll see who is going to be able to take that number one spot. So do not go anywhere.
Distance is no obstacle to my accuracy. Perfect. Double kill.
Hi. I did it again. Didn't take too long. Second week, I didn't have my mic unmuted. That's on me, not production. Anyway, it's time to get into the showdown. It's our second matchup of the day to round out the second week of play. And yeah, we've got the Guangzhou Charge getting ready to go up against the Hangzhou Spark.
I've also, Jesus Christ, how have we done that? Welcome to the showdown number 14. That's actually brilliant. This is what a good way to start. Look, we've just so boomed. Not only was Flitter booming Profit, the Flittank boomed the entire Seoul Dynasty. We've also been boomed on the broadcast here. Let's get this started the proper way though. It is showdown number 14. All-time record start is 7-6 in favor of the Charge, with the most recent win for the Charge in 2022 in week 18. So a very close kind of rivalry that we have here that's been going on for the 3 years that we have, the 3-4 years it's been since 2019 where they've played up against each other. But as we said before we came into this game, you know, the pre-show before even match number 1, this is most likely now the matchup that defines first place in this region. Like I think there's a real there's a real narrative about these two being the legitimate number 1 and number 2 team in APAC right now. We just don't know who is number 1 and who's number 2 currently.
No, we do not. But this will go ahead and settle it. Sorry, I'm still recovering from the double mute. It's excellent. Anyway,
I just wanted to make sure you didn't feel left out. You know, you gotta have solidarity. You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate that. You're such a great co-commentator. It's just not letting me look like a fool by myself. But yes, the battle of the strongest teams that we've seen thus far up at the top of the standings. We'll see who's going to be able to overtake and have that sole possession of first place, as it's going to be pink versus blue. And we've tried to replicate that a little bit. I think your lights are washing out your pink shirt just a little bit. But I've gone for the blue side. I swear
it is pink. It's not like a strong. It's not like a baby pink. Look, this is the Barbie movie's not out yet, which I know you're looking forward to that one. So I just went for like a light pink, but it doesn't show very well in broadcast. But I swear I am actually wearing pink, and while Seth is obviously wearing blue.
Yeah. So we've tried to get ready for this because obviously, like we've been saying, this is the big matchup. This is the one that we've been looking forward to, you know, kind of since the season started. We got to see both of these teams and how strong they look, given the kind of revamps that they've undergone. So definitely one that if your friends aren't watching with you, if you're not having a nice little watch party tuning in, then wake them up. Whatever they're doing, tell them to stop working, go home, stop paying attention to their families. It's time to watch this game. And with the starting 5 of the Guangzhou Charge, the choice they won, Jimmy, Piggy, Farway, and Xerneas. Congratulations to Jimmy, by the way, on becoming Custa's new best man for his wedding.
Oh my god. By the way, he's invited Jimmy to his wedding. Has he even invited you to the wedding? He hasn't invited me.
No comment.
Did you invite him to your wedding?
I did. You know what? Screw it. I'll lay it out there. I invited Custa to my wedding. He didn't attend, and I didn't get an invite to his, and I'm pissed about it. Anyway.
And Jimmy got an invite and is now the best man. Oh, I see where this stands.
And
I
also,
see where the loyalties lie.
And also won't be able to attend because he's probably going to be playing in mid-season if they continue on this track. We'll have to wait and see, though. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. But Custa, I hope when you're watching this after you wake up, you reconsider your life choices.
Yeah, but don't worry, every single time, I've said this to him, every single time Guangzhou win, if they do win again today, but every single time Guangzhou win, Custa will wake up to about 100 DMs about all sorts of different quantifications coming through from Jimmy and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, that's, NA is not ready for the results. I'll say that, and that already has been proved from the first result of the night. But what are we going to get out of this one? Because this is a contentious series where, you know, you have a lot of people pulling for the Charge. Spark obviously look like a monstrous team at the moment. And I guess I will bring up one extra thing that kind of dropped recently from Chengdu Hunters Facts, which posted a lot of insight from the Chinese community. But Jimmy hosted an interview after Guangzhou's win yesterday versus Seoul Dynasty. And it was Jinmu with Among and Kyo, who all three of them are ex-Chengdu players. And they interviewed Xerneas, Jimmy, and Farway, and basically said, look, how do you feel about your chances tomorrow? And Farway just straight up said, guys, I'm going to be happy if we win one map. This is going to be a tough game tomorrow, because apparently in scrims, Charge have not been doing well versus Hangzhou Spark in scrims. As far back as 2 weeks ago, Farway saying something like, yo, dude, in scrims, I'm playing BAP and I went 0-14. This dive coming through from the Shy leave, and I was going to say Goose Ray, but 20's going to be starting out, but that trio is absolutely monstrous. But with 20 starting now on map number 1, I have no idea what to expect, because He hasn't played a single map yet for
Yeah.
the Hangzhou Spark this season. This is his debut in the 2023 season after we saw him last retire in 2021 playing for Chengdu.
We've been curious in their previous matches, are we going to see 20? Has Guangzhou been working on some of his other, tank play, or, is that sub-in going to happen? Seems like they've decided that now is the time, so we'll see how this fares. But obviously, big matchups here. The ones that really focus on, the ones that my eyes are going to be on. Actually, it's kind of in every regard, because even the support matchups are still really tight-knit. But Shy, Leave versus Choi Se-Wan and Jimmy, I think that's got to really take the cake at the end of the year.
And at the same time as well, we'll talk about Shy Jimmy first because these are the stats that are being brought up. I think last year, it was pretty clear that Shy was one of, if not the best hit scans that we had had. Lip had a bit of a more, I would say, a more unfortunate year last year. Shanghai weren't quite up to scratch, although Lip really, I think, heated up towards the end of the season, especially as we got into playoffs. But Shy was a monster the entirety of last year, so he farmed up stats. And so far, I guess these are the stats from this particular season over the course of 2 matches being played by both teams. Yeah, this is across all heroes. I'm a little surprised that Shy is so much more damage, given that he's actually playing mostly Sombra, which is a supportive role as far as DPSs go. But Trace is doing most of the work there. You're just setting up for dives. Jimmy is almost exclusively play the Hangzhou, yet somehow got less damage, so that's a little weird to me. See if Jimmy plays a Hangzhou again, because he hasn't brought out any Sombra so far this entire year.
Well, we'll start things off on Ilios for our control map, then we'll move into King's Row, bread and butter once again. Then we'll see Havana, Colosseo, and the Antarctic Peninsula if we can go the distance and have 5 maps. We already got more than we bargained for in the first series. It's very early still here in South Korea, only 7 p.m. for us, so I'm hoping that we get a full 5 out of this one because it is the marquee matchup. It is the teams that are at the top of the standings at the moment. So we want to see a big cataclysmic clash between the shows.
And what is Ray cooking here? With a 20, aka Elsit, remember him in 2021 in Chengdu.
Yes.
What is he cooking with this 20 sub-in over Guangzhou for Ilios? Are we going to be seeing some Diva play? Because I'm looking at the 3 different rounds here. I think Winston would have been just as good, though. I don't really see any particular avenues here where the Diva is clearly better than the Winston. I'm not really expecting anything like a Sigma.
Well, the coach already left.
What else is 20? Yeah, he wasn't even here. Ray wasn't even here. The 20 is just, he's taken over. He's gone rogue. He's just forced his way onto the team on the starting roster.
All right. Get ready to unlock the doors here as Jimmy potentially going to be coming out with this Ash. Would do well into Leave showing the Echo. Choi Se-Wan just going to be TPing everybody forward. Swaps up with the Tracer. So going to be doing much the same.
This is the second time we're seeing Leave come through on the Echo, and that was versus Dallas Field, I believe, King's Row. With Shy on the Tracer as well, and eventually Leave ended up matching the Ash. So will he do that again? Jimmy is on the Ash. It won't be Shy versus Jimmy on the Ash. Leave going there if required. We talked about the fact that 20 was going to come out and play an off-tank, and it's indeed Diva being matched by Piggy and Leave with the opening first blood.
All right, does get taken down. 20, however, going to be demexed. Choi Se-Wan able to go ahead and break him out. Maybe Diva's still staying alive for now. Sleep has to go back up into the skies. Langs is right there to try to keep him alive. Monk now taken down as Piggy able to find 2. It's off that pilot form. Leave with the beam, though. Gets in on top, but Jimmy finds that kill. Peel coming through, trying to desperately keep Xerneas alive. Looks like so far going to be working a treat. Jim topped it up,
Playing well.
Low, breaks contact, so that beam can't find value, and that's going to be the point. Lockdown first and foremost here, but the charge.
Xerneas on critical HP there. Fantastic pocketing by Piggy. And Xerneas staying alive, able to find Lengser as well, and that will be both supports gone. Monk died a little bit earlier. Would have been on his way back with Lengser down. You're still down to only just the 1 support. Hangzhou mostly leading across the board, except for a couple of the positions. I say mostly leading. I think I'm mostly just talking about Piggy and Xerneas here. The double support ultimates, if Farwa can also get this nano, that'll be really huge. Shy with the first ultimate across both teams. Can we see a pulse?
Choi Se-Wan about to have his as well. Shy on the hunt for it is noted. The whip chop comes through. Looks for the stick. Not going to have it, though. Far away, able to jump out. It's a little bit of damage from the pulse, but overall, not going to get too much. And Funk going to be taken down. Shy, however, does manage to pursue a little bit deeper. Does find far away. Xerneas as well going to be eliminated. Legs up. Under fire. Down low on HP. Needs that passive healing to come across. Just desperately trying to stay alive. Jimmy now picked off. 20 going to be broken out of the mech. It's a bloody brawl, but it's one where the charge is still coming out on top widely. Maintain control at this point. Self-destruct not going to be able to find anything. He kills off the baby Diva, so off the back that Lobbin Doesn't find too much of anything.
good
Res
res.
comes through. 20 gonna
Yeah,
get back
that's
into the
actually
mech.
huge.
Yep, Rally now gonna be popped.
Both teams have 2 members byronated here. 20 nearly has a nano, so could have another live. Leave is really keeping the team up. Still no flip to come through. Charge of a gigantic lead here. Can they get the baby D for a Piggy to stop the remake?
Self-destruct out. Monk, however, going to be taken out of the fight. Nano, now not there. Piggy, however, going to be demeched immediately thereafter by Leap. The sticky bombs will go ahead and finish them off. 1 for 1, but down to support. Jimmy with the bomb here on the point, just continuing to keep this one occupied. Now it's into the final fight territory here for the Guangzhou charge. One more, and this round will be theirs.
Yeah, Spark, despite looking decent in some of these fights, Leave turning it around. Again, they just cannot get this cap. So they're starting from a 0 to 99 deficit here, but they hold all the cards, they have all the ultimates. Choi would have to land a good stick here. Already the recall score, but they have a player advantage.
Yeah, it's a different nade. One from far away, able to find the first value. Shy taken down. Monk, I mean, he wants to desperately use this nano, but he's just not given the opportunity. He's taken down once more. 20 now broken down of the mech here on the point. The baby that immediately killed off before the self-destruct can even go through. No kills found. Leave eliminated. Choice one finds him on the low ground.
Wow.
It's 100% to 0. Guangzhou charge. Just wiping the floor of the Hangzhou Spark to start.
What a start. I mean, yeah, Choice one had the only ultimate there with the pulse bomb. The other ones weren't built up until a little bit later on. Unfortunately, Unknown's not going to be able to translate this one. I have to get the AI translator out for that maybe a little bit later on. There's a lot of, I think, camaraderie here between both teams, given how many Chengdu members are on both sides.
Yeah.
Chengdu's death created 2 extremely good Zhou teams, so I guess you take that sometimes. But for the Hangzhou Spark, wow, what a tragic start though. 0 to 100. Despite, I'll say it again, winning some of the fights, they just never got those caps. And the final fight as well, they had a clear ultimate advantage. Could not execute multiple whiffed ultimates. Monk repeatedly dead, couldn't get his nano out. That made the difference. This time though, you have Leave on Tracer, Shy on Sombra. This is far closer to the Hangzhou look that they've been dominating on so far.
Jimmy here with the Hanzo. See how he fares. I was kind of hoping for the Echo Mirror matchup, that maybe Guangzhou Chargers go back and try to play that one, just so I can selfishly get Xerneas back on a Mercy as well. Fortunately not to be, but maybe in the future.
Well, you'd have to get Choi on the Echo, and then Jimmy would have to play Tracer, which is not really part of his pool, sadly, so it wouldn't really work out with the charge.
Shots across. Point contested by both sides. No one taking too much damage, though, so no one severely at risk. Storm arrows go across, just looking to break 20 out of this mech once more. Had a very early break on it last time, but I think it's not to be found so far here on Ruins. His Leave is getting hounded down, low on HP, and 20, there it is. Xerneas gets on top of him, finds the kill, takes down that pylon form. Diva, he falling on the back end as well. Means that Hangzhou, they get a decent amount of ult charge built up here in the fight, but the charge is the first yet again to establish control. I
mean, you're starting to see now where I think the fact that Piggy even chooses to play Winston here, it probably is preferable for the Spark to have had Gushui in. The Lucio, Rico as well, I mean, they're kind of playing this fast-paced composition that just doesn't have the same level of safety as playing the Brigana that every other team plays alongside the Winston, which is far more meta. We'll see what Shy can do with this EMP, though, because they do have a Sombra, and the Sombra has found a kill.
As Farway taken out of the fight, Shy doubles down, gets another one. Choice one now eliminated. Hell of a lot of pressure taken out, and that's just going to be the fight one. Rally even committed there by Xerneas, but not finding any value whatsoever. Now he's going to try to see if he can make it out of here with his life intact. Pursuit is coming through, so it seems like the staggers are likely to be inevitable. You know, playing elusively, and the Pulse is actually going to be committed to that one. I mean, given how long they delayed, and now they're down their Hanzo, I don't mind that necessarily, because the Nano is also invested.
Yeah, I mean, Charge clearly want to engage here. They wanted to turn the fighter on. They have the ultimates to play through, but a brilliant stick from Lee. Super slick. Fancy feet, the moves, dancing around Jimmy. And the Guangzhou Charge just forfeit the Nano. It's a pulse for Nano trade. I think that's a positive trade for Hangzhou Spark, especially considering they'll be able to match up on the 32% now and overtake.
Well, bonus on the charge, the lead established for the Spark, and Piggy just gets absolutely destroyed. The eat on the Dragon Strike. 20 takes it away. All committed.
That fight could not have gone worse.
Yeah.
Or actually, it probably could have gone worse if more ultimates were expended by the Charge, but certainly going pretty sour at the moment.
And
Leave with another
continuing
onto Jimmy, and at this point, Spark, can they chase further? Probably not, given that Piggy is respawned. But how quickly did Piggy die, by the way? It looked like he went from 500 HP to 0 in a second.
I mean, he just disappeared. It's completely and utterly destroyed. We'll See though, as they get ready to come back in, the Primal still held. Langsa getting zoned out, but still very much alive. Still holds on to the beat. He might not need it. Needs to get chipped away after with the Kitsune Rush. Choice they want dead. Seems like Hangzhou Spark still going to be in a very prime position to try to take this round. Final fight territory coming through. Choice they want just now respawning. Piggy up on Coast side, goes back over to the point. It's forced to use that Primal. Taking him far too low. Sound barrier now pops. He's going to try to knock somebody off the side of the map, but he's just hitting shy. It's not going to be good enough. In the meantime, 20 gets himself into the back line, finds far away, takes him down. Neck will be broken. Self-destruct goes across, and they will be able to deny the remake, but Xerneas gets caught up in the explosion. And Choice It One's dead again. Monk finds 2 kills. And as we hit 99%, that's going to be the cleanup coming through. Far away. Living up to the name, nowhere near the objective to keep it contested. And that's going to be the Hangzhou Spark tying us up as we go into a final round of well.
I mean, once Hangzhou actually get into the tempo where they get to set the tone, they get to engage on all the dives that they want to, it's a vastly different look. Leave and Shine, that combo, even with 20 instead of Gushui, getting extremely active. I mean, you look at, I think the second to last fight, or nearing the last fight, there's just very little that Charge can do. We're seeing the double kill come through from Shy here, where no EMP required, didn't have it yet. Just straight up manual hacking and good shooting. But again, looking towards that last fight, it was basically just Piggy on Prime or Choi with the Pulse Bomb. No real engaged tools. You've lost your Dragon Strike a little bit earlier. I don't think they had a nano that fight either. So for the Hangzhou Spark, it was as easy as get that Primal out from Piggy, then ignore him. And they did. They just go straight in the back line, kill Farway, and Piggy can't do much with the Primal, and that's how they win. You wanted, by the way, to see the Echo. You're going to get it now. And I said that Jimmy wasn't really going to look towards the Tracer. He's going to show it. Let's see how it looks.
But Xerneas isn't here with the Mercy, so it is just Choice they want kind of on an island, very much rely on these health packs and faraway shots to keep him sustained. The hack comes through. Could be bad. For now, Translocator is noted. Looking to see if they can get Shy out of stealth to actually be able to finish him off, but he is proving quite elusive so far. Finally decides, yeah, I'm wasting too much time. I'm not building up my ult, but right as he destroys it, Shy does go in for the fight. Ends up getting taken down. Leave as well going to fall. 20 going to be demeched once again. Long-term charge. It's going to be 3 rounds in a row, starting things off in control of the point. We'll see, though, if they can close it out for the 2-1.
That's like extreme patience as well, because all that while that Choice of One's away, Hangzhou Spark of a 5v5, and now you get the combo that you're looking for. It's Leave come through in the Echo as well. Linksa on the Mercy. Xerneas is not going to make a swap yet because he's nearly onto Rally, but maybe in a future fight. Back to what I was saying earlier about camping the Translocator there. There's a world where that does not work out for the Charge if they don't instantly find Shy and get him down, which they do. So Piggy, good heads up play by him.
I mean, they were 4v5ing that whole time. His Choice One was just camping it, but right as he decides to go ahead and destroy it, is okay. Monk gonna get eliminated. Piggy finding that one. Just traded for Xerneas, but now far away gone. Shine.
Wow.
Cleaning up both. His Leave has since swapped over to the Echo to look to match. Langsa, though, however, is there for the Mercy. Fight. We're gonna go the way here of the Hangzhou Spark, trying to get that flip. 41% established, but they're cleaning him off the point. He's actually gonna be using the self-destruct. Recalled. Just go ahead and dodge it. Shy stays alive. Nothing found. See if Piggy's gonna swap after that one.
I think is this the first Pulse Bomb for Jimmy as well? It's taken him a long time. Again, not one of his normal heroes that you see in his pool. Shy, we have seen Tracer plenty in the past, and that's part of the brilliance. Oh, I mean, Monk just snipes Choi out.
Xerneas needs to be playing Mercy for this.
But he can't. He's 80% to Rally, so he's just stuck at the moment. And Choi, like you mentioned, he's also stuck on an island Charge. They've at least got the lead on the point, but it does feel like their comp is missing a couple of pieces. Notably the Mercy.
Brutality right now. Jimmy just getting completely and utterly corralled at the moment by Shy. Just trying to answer back, puts a little bit of damage down onto them. The beam from Choice One, not going to be fighting too much. And he'll just go across. Choice One amped up, goes for the dupe. Ops in for Diva. 20 going to be broken out of the mech, but does have that self-destruct, and they can't kill off the baby Diva. Choice One pulls back away. Looks to try to build up this ult himself. Obviously, rapidly is growing. 20 again, going to be demeched. They find it. Self-destruct at the ready. Choice One lets it loose to try to clear out the point, and does so. Watch it back in. Hangzhou Spark trying to maintain control, but the health bar is just far too low. Eventually, will get found out. He'll fall. That's going to be the Charge regaining control.
All play by Choice of One. Ton of damage done there as well. Brilliant dupe on towards the Diva. And 20 being swiftly and not allowed to do too much. They Leave, holds on to the duplicate. They lost one of the supports. And Hangzhou Spark just accept their loss. It's now evened up 61 to 61 and even further for Charge. And We're now looking towards the first Tracer Sombra duo of the Guangzhou charge, but not in the way you'd expect. It's Jimmy on the Tracer, the Choi on the Sombra. It's a little bit different. And as Xerneas, you know, still alive, unable to swap towards the Mercy, I think Choi just knows that you can't really play Echo here anymore.
Oh, I mean, Leaf gets stupid. He's going right in for the Brigida, trying to get that rally online. Far away, dead. The rally instantly built up. Lynx is still under fire and will fall. Piggy able to hound him down. Takes the potential res out of the fight, at least. Leaf still here, just beating and battering Piggy into the corner. Something's going to have to be used to keep himself alive. Jimmy using the recall.
Oh, no remake.
Those sticky bombs, and yeah, they deny it right at the very last second. Monty just jumping in, solidifies the kill. 99% though, locked into the side of the Guangzhou charge, but no Piggy. Not sure if they're going to be able to win this
You
one
have
out.
to rally Xerneas.
Yep, they're looking for this one. Xerneas.
If you got a rally, sorry, if you got a nano, it probably has to be on Xerneas here. Piggy's still coming back from sport. There's no more kills. Spark needs something else.
I mean, it is on the Xerneas, and he's able to make some use out of it. Now the EMP going to be used. Choice A1 catching two. Lengza taken down. Xerneas finds a second elimination with that. Self-destruct up over the top. Hug around the corner. Choice A1 does manage to stay elusive. Keeps himself alive. 20 back into the mech, though. Not able to get punished. Now Xerneas getting pushed into a corner. Shy gets in behind him, finds the kill. Leave, swapping over to the soldier, just trying to join in a little bit faster. Jimmy duking it out. Recall, popped. Shy doesn't have one of his own. Grabs that mini pack. Now looks to trade this back here against Jimmy. He actually dives in behind Shy. Gets the melee hit. 20 gets taken down. But in all of the chaos, Hangzhou Spark do get the flip back into their favor.
Yeah, those Lynx are just diving in while the charge were off trying to find kills. And because of the flip, they get a full reset. Leave goes down though. And 20 still in spawn.
Picked off. Pulse bomb out from both sides. Neither finding a kill, but Piggy does get demeched. That's just about as good as dead here. We're talking about a diva. Gonna try to get himself back through. The shot, however, pounded down far away, finding that kill. Now Langza going to be eliminated. Xerneas going to be likely sent off the side of the map, or maybe even into the bed. Didn't quite get to see it, but Langza does find one before getting taken out. The flip is back in. It's 99% to 89. Hangzhou Spark just letting this dwindle, getting everybody as collected up as they possibly can. One last Hail Mary. No ults on either side, but the EMP now built up. Troy, he's got it. He lets it loose. 20. He just can't mitigate any damage any longer, and instantly gets taken out of the mech. They look for a little bit more. He's swinging around the side, crashes through, pushes them back off the point. Beat gets dropped, catches all 5 members from the side of the Hangzhou Spark as he looks to push back. Monk, 10% away. The Kitsune Rush nearly there. Piggy going to be demeched. The Baby Diva going to be finished off. Rally from Xerneas to try to get them in the fight, but now Troy One is going to be gone. Monk the elimination. The Kitsune Rush comes through. The rally not going to be enough. Far away. He holds onto the beat, but it's just 2 members left alive. And he's running back over towards the spawn. He's trying to get people back over here into the fight. They know they have to concede this, but now it's just 10% left to go.
What a turnaround. Remember, the only way Spark even get the turnaround is because Lynx stole the point away while Charge were off trying to chase kills. And just off the back of that one flip, Spark stay alive, knows double 99, and leave us EMP.
He's got the self-destruct, but this Baby Diva likely not going to be able to survive. As I say that though, far away drops the beat, and it looks like he can get back into the back. Shy taking down the pulse bomb, not found. Pulse bomb from Jimmy goes wide, however, then he gets hacked and he cannot survive. Leaf gets the kill. Lang's going to be taken out. All the healing responsibility here on Monk, trying to keep him in this fight. As the flip gets ready to come back through, Guangzhou charge once again in control. The pulse bomb from Shy is here. He lets it loose. He finds the stick. 30 is going to be taken down, but now 20 is going to be eliminated as well. A tank for a support. Far away joining. Piggy goes in deep, just looking to break down this back line, separate the members of the Spark, and make it a little bit easier for them to get picked off. Jose Juan farming away, 13% left to go for this next EMP, and that could be the turning point. That could be the final nail in the coffin. A hack across, Shy gonna be dead, far away, finds the kill. The EMP comes in, Langza gonna get taken down, and the Guangzhou charge will finally clear the point. But man, what a back and forth between the two shows. It's the Guangzhou charge holding their heads just a little bit higher as they take the first map of Ilios 2-1.
This is such an exciting start already between the top 2 teams of the region. The Joedown is delivering, and it's just map number 1. That last fight went forever. Huge props to Hangzhou for keeping it going, though, because they looked like they were about to lose that final round at Ilios. Many fights previous. I say many fights. It was long, one extended fight, but where it started was Spark being taken down to barely any members. It was basically his only Shy and Lengsa. Maybe one other player trying to keep it alive. And again, Lengsa gets a flip, and because of that one flip, Spark keep it going for so long. But in the actual final engagement, just before the map is over, 20 is killed and is booped into the well. So no chance of the Baby Diva surviving, throwing a little bit of aggro, perhaps threatening a remake or anything. And 20 also dies when he gets demec. He was on like 95, high 90s in terms of ult charge for self-destruct, so just couldn't find it for the reset. And the final EMP, the nail in the coffin was Choice One, drops on top of the Spark, cleans up, and charge start out 1-0.
What a hell of a performance from both teams, though, and that is exactly what we want to see when we've got the top 2 in the region clashing against one another. hell of a bout between the two. Happy it went to 3. Hopefully the series goes to 5. But Guangzhou Charge, they do get that first blood draw here on Ilios. Now we get ready to go into King's Row. See who's going to be able to come out on top. And granted, I mean, that's even more opportunities to see these echoes on either side, given that Leave has already shown it to us before. Either way, I'm excited. This is some high-level play coming out. Amazing clutches from both teams. Hopefully that's going to continue. So don't go anywhere, because if you're not already convinced, I'll tell you, you don't want to go anywhere, because this is some incredible Overwatch that we're witnessing already after one map, so you don't want to miss a second. All right, we are back, and even though the break is only 3 minutes long, I think it's far too long because I cannot wait to get back into the action between these two teams. Ilios out of the way, narrowly goes to the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Start the series off with a 1-0, but it was very hard fought by both sides. Hangzhou able to extend it by picking up a singular round for themselves, but I mean, it was contentious the whole way throughout. You were talking about it, Avril, you know, the camaraderie and the rapport between these players, given that there are, you know, players that have been on the hundreds before, they have played against each other many times in the past, and that also is apparently reflected in the chat box, as we do have some translations of what was being discussed here. Zerny is starting things off saying, "Oh, you dare to play Mercy in front of me? I'm the greatest Mercy player," and then apparently Leave saying, "I got the first kill for 3 straight rounds. How about that?" To which Zerny said, "You're such a badass, Daddy Leave." So there you go. They're having fun with it. We're having fun with it. And I hope that that tight-knit knives edge action continues as we go into King's Row.
I mean, I got to refer back to the interview on Jinmu's stream again, where Farway again said that they'd be happy with one map when they got that one map win now, but they looked like you get way more competitive than they probably gave themselves credit for. Without that interview, we would have probably said, look, this is no one knows who's going to win this just yet. They seem to kind of doubt themselves coming into this. Clearly, they're much better than they consider themselves to be. But beyond that as well, how does this look now for the Hangzhou Spark as they put 20 in? And it was okay, but I still felt like that was probably like a Winston map. You saw Piggy playing Winston there. I think Diva's probably fine for well. Gushue is definitely in now for the Hangzhou Spark, and part of me is like, okay, one map down wasn't the proper starting lineup for Hangzhou Spark that you'd expect. I'm not making excuses here, but it's like, you definitely didn't think 20 was going to start out on Ilios today. If anything, he might come in to play a Sigma later on if there's an escort map that really requires you to play that, which do we even have that today? Havana, yeah, actually, maybe Havana, you could see that, but at the same time, Gushue played Havana last time, just played the Rhine, which Piggy would actually square up on. Something else that was funny in that interview is Farway goes, look at the players on our team, look at the players on their team. They have 3 dads on their team. Shy, Leave, and Gushue. He called them the 3 dads.
Oh, boy. Well, the battle of Pink v Blue will continue here in a moment. We just got to give a little bit of extra time for Gushue to get settled and ready now that he is going to be stepping in. Expect to go right back into that Winston v Winston and see how this is going to fare. I mean, Piggy has had some shocking performances for us. And if he can best Gushue on his best hero, I think that would very much continue and obviously, potentially give Charge a very significant lead. A sign saying, I'm going to watch Overwatch until I die. Same, TBH.
Respect. I mean, if the Overwatch is as good as that, first map.
Give her the thumbs up, like, yep. I think you've seen the sign. You've had enough time to read it. Oh boy,
I had to double take there. Okay, so what was the second map again? Let me just double check one. King's Row. This was actually the map that, I gotta be honest with you, Hangzhou not only struggled, but definitely lost to the Dallas Fuel on this map.
True.
Yes, there was a back cap.
Cheeky back cap.
I technically wouldn't call that a C9. A back cap and a C9 are kind of different. But in either case, the back cap worked. Spark were already kind of struggling on the map anyway, so you would have probably said even without the back cap, maybe Fuel were kind of favored to win King's Row. So this was not a comfortable map for Hangzhou in their last matchup, and well, for the Guangzhou Charge, their actual lossless streak is continuing. I mean, they haven't lost a single map yet, which is very impressive, and that continues even up against the Joe compatriots on a map now where potentially Hangzhou could look weak on. Could be a 2-0 if Spark are not careful, even with Gushue in.
Let's see if they're going to be able to rally back here after the back cap and pick up a win on King's Row. It was good from the Dallas Fuel. I mean, like you said, not a C9 in that regard. They were winning the fight off point, but it was just perfect timing for Dallas to be able to sneak that card away from them and take the map away. But it's a very different beast that they're facing now. The color might be blue, but it's a different shade of it. And it's a much more fearsome one from what we've seen so far in 2023. So, see how well suited they are to battle against Guangzhou. But if Ilios told us anything, then I think it's going to be exciting. Because even I'd say, especially with Gushue coming back in, this should just further raise the playing field.
And I think this map, not only we can talk about the fact that Hangzhou did struggle versus Dallas, but for other reasons as well, I think this kind of favors the Charge, given that Jimmy has shown a preference for Hans already. Okay, he did play a little bit of Trace on Ilios, but again, you've basically never seen that. You can even look at last season in terms of playtime. Jimmy never played it. To be fair, it was a Soja meta, so Jimmy was just going to one-trick that the entire way through. The point is, in Jimmy's entire history of the Overwatch League in his career, he just hasn't really played that hero, so you're not expecting it. You are expecting him to stay on the snipers, a little bit of Widowmaker. He popped in for that clutch Cassidy play on Havana in the previous match as well. But the Hangzhou has been his bread and butter. And this map, especially A, is just so much better suited for Hangzhou. It allows you so much area control, map control. B as well, brilliant for Hangzhou. I think generally speaking, the Sombra Tracer dive is superior most places, but I would actually favor the Charge comp specifically for this map.
All right, well, First in the attack, Jimmy back to the Hangzhou. Shy there on that Sombra. So they start working their way forward over here towards the statue. Getting himself up on the high ground next to Hotel. Just trying to scout out, send a couple stray arrows in case he gets a random headshot here and takes down Shy. Not going to be quite as lucky, but Farway gets jumped on. Jimmy tries to go to the rescue. Leaf's also going to be able to swoop in from behind. Comes up with the elimination. Leaf starting to frag out. Finds 2 kills.
And ignored as well. You saw from Jimmy's POV, he was looking over towards the side. He got not quite one clipped, but he got taken down to like, what, 50 HP by Leave.
Yeah.
And as he jumped down, Leave gets to clean up. To be fair, I think at that stage, Charge already losing 1 member. It was looking pretty bad. They needed to trade straight away. Couldn't do so. Spark will be off to a blistering start now on this defense. The difference of having Guangzhou in on the Winston, I mean, this is, I would say, the real Spark that we've seen so far this year. The one that has the dangerous dive. The 3-pronged attack in Goose Rate be one of those prongs starting out the second fight.
Yeah, Zernia's taken down. Jimmy forced back. Does get a actually straight headshot across on the Leave. Very nice as a little fadeaway pick. We'll see if we can find more off the back of this one, because Goose Rate is going to be zoned back through the archway. As he was antsied out by Farway, his return. Jose Juan, going to be the first with the pulse online. Very much value he can get as the first tick gets ready to be snatched up here from the side of the Guangzhou charge. Jose Juan wanted to pursue a little bit deeper, but right now he's the lone person playing point to get the cap, so he can't really chase in and try to find any picks. Now Lanano's going to go out as Goose Rate goes diving into the back line. Zernius the focus fire, but gets himself out of there, and Jimmy opens things up. Monk taking down. Lengza down low on HP as well, and that's going to be both supports now eliminated on the side of the Spark. 3 ults on the 3 remaining players, but with Gushway dying, that's just going to be a wash here on the point. Charge finally able to break through.
Gushway dives super deep as well. To be fair, he locked out both the supports of Farway and Zernius, but for his own team, they couldn't stay alive. With both Monk and Lengza down and no setup for the EMP, that was basically the only re-entry tool was the Nano. Hangzhou Spark lost so much space that you needed Shy on a big flank, and that just wasn't available in the last fight. So 3 ultimates online between the 3 important dive members here, and they couldn't get that off at all for the charge. They held on to their ultimate, so it's a cap, and it's an economical cap where they didn't have to use anything, which is even better for this team. So Jimmy twice now, I believe, has sniped out Leave, which is just a huge boon for the charge.
Big pickups as Tracer Juan just scouting forward here alongside Piggy. Noting enemy locations, anti on the Gushway, so has to play back for now. This one that, unless he pop that primal. Pulse from Leave does go out, but doesn't find anything for it. Not even a sliver of damage. Is okay. Choice A1 uses his, and that's Langs to take it down. Rally not used, but obviously out of the fight and quite far away. Now needs to try to rejoin. Cernius on a fire. The rally is rolling. Nana goes across. Just go ahead and keep him alive. Gets the stun of Gushway in the back line. He's also going to be antied. Meanwhile, Leaf does manage to find Piggy. Gushway likely to fall at the end of it all. Will get taken down after grabbing the Mega Pack. It's just not enough that Leaf can do right now in this situation. I mean, everything basically other than the rally that the Spark had burns. They do get the ults out of the Guangzhou charge, but they can't stop the push.
And Piggy really split up the team there as well on top of the Dragon Strike. So Spark tried to make that turnaround happen via the EMP. Only got 1 trade, and that was onto Piggy. The rest of the players couldn't quite get the job done as the back line of the charge is just staying alive, steadfast, not going down. Good area control now shown by the charge with not a lot online for the Spark. Can they just rally in and try and force this one through? They're going to have to. Spark don't have any other options here. Good hack on Piggy.
And the anti. He jumps back behind Jimmy. Dude! He does it again. Another headshot. It's like, what, his 4th and 5th one on the map so far. Shy taken down, just further delaying that next EMP build. And now he gets Leave to boot. It's both DPS eliminated by Jimmy's hand. Rally is going to expire. Jimmy takes down Langs as soon as the shield drops. Monk going to be eliminated. It's going to be a fairly brisk push here into point B.
Wow.
On the side of the Guangzhou charge, nearly 4 minutes in the time bank for the final stretch.
3 kills, 3 headshots, one after the other. The legendary Fornicator has commenced the intercourse once again. I can't believe I just said that on broadcast, but there it is.
Caught me off guard twice in a row there, but I cannot disagree with you. Sleep on the Jimmy there. Bubble from Piggy just keeps him protected. No hope of being able to take him down. Chad will have fun with that. Pulse goes out. Looking for the kill. Not going to be able to get it, though. Monk nanos up Gushway. Down low. Shy going to be taking a nap. Farway and Zernius, however, will finally be felled. And that is going to be the Hangzhou Spark finding some semblance of stability for what feels like the first time in the map.
Well, they're going to have to hold for a while now. Good reset. I mean, that's what they need. They need to start forcing some big resets versus the charge and then build up towards this EMP, hold their ground as forward as possible. Not give up that first corner. It's a long time to burn through. I mean, it's 3 minutes out of a total 8 for charge. We can still get a lot done here. Spark have definitely struggled on this defense. Nano online.
Twitch still trying to play forward. Primal still held, but as he tries to leap out, Twitch One hounds him down. Sends him back, and just like that, Guangzhou charges straight back in onto the cart. Pushing this one forward towards the final corner. Twitch One and Piggy duo just again finding Monk. They lose Xerneas, sure, but Lengths is also dead. Just consistently trading up. Twitch One fearlessly just allowing for these heals to come across from far away rather than go for the health pack, and now Shy is scouted to the back lines. Jimmy's on for the hunt. Gonna try to get this headshot once again to connect. Doesn't quite happen though.
And in goes Piggy, slips straight away. So decent by Monk. This is still ultimate advantage for Spark, but when are they going to get a fight going for them? Because they're losing so much space. Payload's moving up.
It's getting juggled around just a little bit, but the Primal will expire. Still taking some damage as Twitch One gets involved. Pulse Bomb goes across. Shield's going to absorb that one, so Monk stays alive. Rally health going across, just keeping him in this fight. Eventually, Jimmy, of course, he gets another headshot. Piggy, however, going to be taken down the front line. Broken, but Jimmy gets another one. Shy, eliminated by the Storm Arrows. And Xerneas swings across, just to get rid of Gushwei, and they should be able to do it. One more hit. Jumps over, grabs the Mega Pack, but it looks like Choice they want. It's going to be in his hand to try to finish it off, but far away will go ahead, lob in the nade, get a shot in, and that's going to be Gushwei now taken down. A little bit of healing in, Monk staying alive. And Shy now swapping over to the Widowmaker in desperation. Trying to have his Shanghai Dragons moment here to turn the tides of the fight. No, that's a nasty one. Catches Choice they want as he jumps in, but it's not a damn thing he can do against Piggy. It's Goomba stops
Still a
in the
headshot
end.
though.
They are buying some time. Piggy chipped away at just a little bit, but Jimmy nearly has his Dragon Strike to go ahead and clear up the cart. Langs its own back. The Storm Arrow finds the kill. The Dragon now let loose, and the cart can glide through to the finish. A minute and 2 seconds remaining, so crucially over a minute remaining for them, as they're going to say C9. Not sure if that's the case at all. But either way, clearly the Charge are having fun with it, and they get to the end of King's Row.
It's a 4C9 because, well, you can't really touch the payload when the Striker's going through it. So they just run up. I mean, Leave definitely tried to touch there, but you just die to the Dragon Strike, and that's all you need at the end. Piggy sits on payload. Jimmy farms from a distance. Throws in the Dragon Strike. Shy tried his best here, like you said, trying to do one of those flitter moments from the Shanghai Dragons so many years ago. Let's take a look at that 3K moment again from Jimmy. Just annihilates the Spark front lane. Double DPS here, plus the support, I believe. Speaking of Leave, gone.
Yeah, just gone, and then he gets the other one right as the shield goes down. I mean, it's just basically frame perfect for that shot to come across. I mean, there's so many moments. I wasn't sure what we were going to highlight after the completion there, because there was also a cancel on the EMP. Xerneas having the rally up, gets the shield bash, denies it from Shy, straight into, and then he goes over the Widowmaker, I believe. Yeah, this should be it. There we go. Thank you, observers.
So many good plays.
Shout out to
Xerneas, he did that so many times in 2021 versus Lip as well. When Chengdu were actually competitive in the year that Shanghai Dragons won the entire Overwatch League, playing the Tracer Sombra comp with the ball, we all remember. Xerneas was legitimately one of, if not the best Briggs that year, or his ability to be one of the few Briggs that could actually shut down Lip, and we see that again now, but this time it's versus the Spark versus Shy. We'll start out this defense with a triple Byronade just to farm a little ult charge.
Lead back over to the Echo. To be expected. I mean, Jimmy, if you can get headshots on this one, I'll be so very impressed. But Choice they want just goes in and instantly diffs Shy. Skills coming across. Just continues the front line here for the team. And this Leave widely going to be safe up in the skies unless that headshot does come through, because he's got Langsa once again providing the pocket.
So they're playing quite a long range sort of situation now. I mean, Leave can still dive in on the Echo. Right, Shy was just going for some spawn picks, I suppose. Doesn't lose any ult charge there, or loses very minimal ult charge in any case. This is the second time now we've seen Hangzhou Spark play the Leave Echo on the offense. It looked okay versus Dallas. 9 HP and down. Probably can't res that one.
Yeah, certainly not. Choice they want going in just to make sure that it's completely unresable. Shy now into the backline, antied out. Can't grab that health pack, has to use the recall. Still in a bad spot, but looks like he will be able to exit through the hotel. Choice of One just keeping him honest.
Choi's got a pulse. I mean, to be fair, Shy swapped a couple here, so he's kind of slow on the pulse now.
Leave again.
Just Spark. Look like he's struggling to stay alive. Here we go. Leave finally gets something.
Okay, yeah, Piggy overextending just a bit. Leave has that beam, finds the kill. Far away, just trying to deny these sightlines of Leave.
That was before Farway had the nanos, or just before. Can they clean up on more players now? Yep, there's one, and that's the ultimate gone.
Yep. Does hold it, doesn't try to, Hail Mary toss it out on the Xerneas. Seems like maybe some confidence in the rest of the team to try to contest here, but given the ult bank that's being built up here from the side of the Hangzhou Spark, I'm not sure if it's going to be possible, even if they do go for it. Which it looks like they are. Contest comes in, Choice one first to touch. Down to 71, and Piggy comes in for the alley-oop. Choice one set the stage, as did Jimmy, getting that arrow across. Shy knocked down low. Now they just need to try to deny that res away, but they cannot do so. Up, finds it. Meanwhile, Leaf front lining, pulse bomb from Shy finds Xerneas. That's the support's gone. Leaf taken down as well, and the cap can finally come in for the spark. Just need to clean up a little bit more, but I mean, Piggy and Choice One, they know that this is a suicide mission. Let's try to find any parting gifts they could possibly get, build up towards those next pulses.
A couple of not super late staggers there, but well rewarded kills for the Hangzhou Spark. Leave making most of that nano. You don't often see a nano onto an echo, especially in this meta where Winston dominates, but he'll be able to frontline just as you say. I mean, the 400 HP, play through full confidence to just beam it out as well. We finally get to see the nano from far into Pig, but it feels like it comes in so late. I assume they're going to start with that. Obviously, Charge were going to go for the retake, given them that Piggy was back alive. They have ultimates to play through. Just could not get past the Shy Leave combo on the front lines, taking out the supports, and now we'll see how much distance they can get. Double Winston dives, we've seen this before.
Yeah. Now we have Leave going to be broken out. Pulse bomb able to deny that one away. Xerneas cleaved down by Gushwei. He's doing damage to the Primal Blade. Does find two, and does get a third, actually. The stomp on a Jimmy. He manages to find another. Choice one will also fall. Chases in, looks for Piggy. Shy will be there to go ahead and confirm the kill. 3 minutes 12 remaining. Let's see.
Wow.
Just gliding through towards B.
I'm still impressed with Jimmy there. Despite dying, he just fades away two kills onto supports. Like, if that was another situation where it's a 2v2 instead of a 1v2 at the end, because it was, what, Shy Gushwei versus only Piggy, the fact that Jimmy just gets both Mung and Linksa is slightly winnable for the Charge. They just needed one more player alive.
Yeah.
They have all the respawns now, and they have the ultimates play through. This is where Piggy actually wants to use the Primal, in a position where they can defend the final fight on B.
Shy, though, he wants to use the pulse. He's on the hunt, obviously far away, well aware of his position as is Xerneas. Shy still has been quite good about getting into the back lines and getting those sticks, but this time not to be. Chipped away at, joins back in on the cart with the rest of the team, but Jimmy finds the opening pick. Shy going to be taken down. Now he's diving in a little bit deeper. A couple seconds remaining here on that Primal before his HP bar goes low, and I think he might have overstepped just a bit. Yeah, the beam from Leave will be able to finish the job. Langsa and Leave now going to fall as Jimmy gets that headshot through. Cart control going to be established here, it would seem, but he's still committing forward. Everybody's so very low. Anti out of the two, Jimmy with a sliver of HP, but he managed to survive. Certainly slept, woken up, but shield is raised, and Jimmy just can't do enough damage. They try to take him down. The Nano's going to be committed all the same, though, just to make sure that he does persevere through this fight.
Yeah. Ult versus ult trade, so it's a net neutral for both teams here. But for the Spark, they can't afford to get staggered deaths. After you don't nano Gushwei there, he falls, and the rest of the Spark falls with him, and this time it'll be Leave. First kill to Jimmy. That's what he's needed.
Stun, though, on the Gushwei. Does manage to have that expire. Pops that Primal. Going to be taking a nap in the back line. Far away, Anti to finish off. However, Leave just getting in over top of him. The beam comes through. They find that kill, and that should be the push here on to B. It's going to be 3 minutes in the time bank. Hangzhou Spark absolutely could best the time.
They'll certainly be able to make it competitive. I mean, it's 102, so they got, 2+ minutes. Leave is on how many kills is that for Leave? He's on like a 4 in a row at that stage. Finally gets shut down by Piggy, who gets both of the DPSs. Hangzhou Spark will be reset. It's an early reset. The payload doesn't quite get past the first corner. The Piggy's also not going to be able to push too much further, so just the Winstons trading damage, working on towards their Primal Rages. It's a very important 2-piece there from Piggy to stop the bleeding.
Yep. Saw the ensuing wet noodle fight there as Leave does go in, gets the duplicate, dives into the back line. As the Winston, pulse bomb from Choice One, however, does find Monk, and Leave nearly taken out of that dupe by that Dragon Strike from Jimmy. Gushwei joining back over, just trying to peel for the rest of the team, get themselves out here to safety, but doesn't look like it's going to work a treat. The Shy gets taken down, Xerneas with a whip shot, finding the elimination. Goes low, but he's got that healing boost out from far away. They managed to clean him up. 2 minutes now remaining here for the Hangzhou Spark. The rally, the Nano, going to be the nearest tools.
And now you get to see Shy going, okay, he looked towards the Ash for like a brief second.
No.
What do you want to play here, Shy? Back to the Tracer, back to the Ash. I respect you need some more long-range damage here. Leave. We'll forgo the Echo, which the usefulness of Echo starts decreasing outside of being able to duplicate and go double Winston. So respect that they're going to go towards this. Last time we saw this duo, and by the way, Jimmy just outplays Shy. Last time we saw this duo, it was Leave on Ash and Shy on Trace, and Jimmy does not stop.
No, he does not. Choice A1. He wants to get involved. He goes in. He does find Monk. That's the cleanup now. As Shy, I mean, still just going, playing musical chairs
Hero
with these
roulette.
heroes.
He's on hero roulette.
Goes for the Widow, go back to the Ashe. Can't make up his mind. The kid in the candy store, just picking up things, putting them down.
To be fair, from spawn, I think Widowmaker is fine, but yeah, I don't know how much ult charge he's lost. Probably not a lot, but at this stage as well, they're just kind of juggling through different picks to move their way forward. Time, by the way, has expired in terms of trying to match. He's gone.
It's a nano on shy to try to keep him alive. He's pushing up desperately, trying to find some value here, but Xerneas raises the shield, keeps everybody else protected. Rally now going to be expiring.
Lots
Green
of
HP
dynamite
onto
too.
a couple people. He does get into the back line, pulse bomb, finding a kill, and Choice able to find the stick. It's a little bit of damage on the Gushway, but he is just doing the Lord's work right now for the Spark. Jumps into the back line, finds Jimmy, finds Faraway. It seems like at long last, the Hangzhou Spark should be able to get this cart moving. Crucially, having to charge that 2-second advantage over a minute. If they can stop this from finishing with time in the bank, then it's going to be a draw attempt from the Spark.
Disastrous, so Hangzhou Spark have work cut out for them now. They don't have ultimates either. Had to spend a decent amount, to be fair, so did the charge, but as we head towards what could be the final fight, in fact it is, Jimmy has the Dragon Strike available. We saw what the Dragon Strike did in the OT last time, prevented anybody from the Spark from touching, pulled out the C9s, forced it through, and might be able to do that again. He doesn't just get a pick to start out with, he's under pressure!
Yeah, just completely dead. The dive, just too much to deal with. The Dragon Strike's still going to be pocketed. He will be able to respawn and send this one through. Try to clear out the card a little bit. Coach Gun keeps shot at arm's length. Push way down low, but finds Xerneas, gets healed back up. Dragon Strike, the recall out. Leave keeping himself alive and well for now. Pulse Bomb in the pocket, looking for a prime target. Choice now has one of his own as the Honors get traded out. Monk taken down. Pulse Bomb out, Lee finding nothing, but Choice one gets Kushway, and that could be the difference maker. Jimmy here, now on the Widowmaker, gets the headshot across on the Shy. Lengza dead, and it's all on Leave, and there's nothing more that he can do. The Guangzhou charge, just seemingly looking for absolute perfection here in the 2023 season, will successfully defend on a knife's edge once more at the end of King's Row to move up 2-0.
Yeah, charge, they cannot be bested. 3 series so far and not a single map drop. I don't think the Charge have ever had a season start this good. That's 8 maps in a row, Kilios, that they have not lost. And now they're up against the Spark as well. They're quite literally kind of facing the best of the best they can get. I suppose the Infernal is still up a little bit later on. I don't want to just say that Charge has won the series, but it's a 2-0 lead. Match point, Hangzhou Spark required to be able to reverse sweep. Map number 1 in Elios, I said, okay, Goosetray's not in. Not the actual starting lineup for the Charge, for the Spark rather. Map number 2, Goosetrey is in. But I did also mention that Charge would probably be favored on this map with the Hangzhou, and Jimmy proves that correct to the T. How many more chances to the Spark get though? Map number 3 is going to be an escort, and it's Havana. Who knows what's going to happen here? Are we going to see the Rhine again? This is another map that I don't think is super preferable for the Spark, given their strengths. They might be forced to play either Sigma or Rhine here, and that would actually favor Figgy.
Oh, for sure. Especially if it's the latter in the Sigma. Just given the performances that we've seen from him, since he joined the league, even, in the previous week. It's just looked immaculate on that as always. But Guangzhou Charge, looking for perfection, looking for that 9-0 start to the season. And they just continue to just eke it out ahead of the Spark by somewhat narrow margins here in each of the maps we've seen so far. So big on us now on the Spark to try to have a level up performance, but at every twist and turn, it just feels like the Charge have the answer. We'll see what happens though, as we do get ready to go into Havana, but first we'll take a much needed break. When we come back, we'll see if the Guangzhou Charge can close out the series or if the Spark will be able to elongate it, so don't go anywhere. All right, we are back, and it's time to go into what could very well be the final map of the series, but we're keeping our fingers crossed that that is not going to be the case, because Hangzhou Spark, they have been testing and trying the Guangzhou charge here in this series so far, but Guangzhou look like they don't want to be denied. This 9-0 beginning to the 2023 season have yet to drop a map so far. I'm going to see if they can go ahead and have a perfect 2 weeks.
And at this stage, they're running out of teams to test them. I mean, you're kind of looking at the top of the table at the moment. Infernal do look improved after the week 1 loss to the Seoul Dynasty, who just recently lost to Shanghai a little bit earlier on. But that would be kind of the last remaining team that I think would really challenge the charge. I mean, I don't think we're going to get... I mean, Shanghai really got to... They did win versus Seoul, but is Shanghai really going to do too much of the charge who are playing at this current level with all players firing on all cylinders? Legitimately, all 5 players on the charge are playing out of their minds, and yeah, that Tracer differential is a little bit there as well, although I will say part of the reason why Leave has less stats is because he's played more Echo. He actually hasn't played as much Tracer over the course of the series compared to Choi. And what time he has spent playing Tracer, he hasn't been in duels versus Choi, he's been dying to Jimmy. Jimmy has somehow repeatedly sniped out Leave time and time and time again. It's not just Leave, Jimmy's killed just about everybody with this Hangzhou that he's been rolling his way through in the series and in series past. So given that, I don't think it's hugely surprising that Choi is doing much better, but yeah, I mean, Leave hasn't had too much playtime on Tracer today, and what Tracer game time he has had, he's spent dead to Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good caveat to throw out there, because if you do just put these up next to one another, and I'm sure somebody's going to probably post this to Reddit and leave it out of context, it does look pretty bad. So it is worth noting the time spent playing on the Echo amongst other things. But yeah, I mean, Choi Se-won still having a whale performance, and Jimmy's just constantly doing what Jimmy does best.
Yeah,
you all know what I'm getting at.
It's just it's immense, the kind of pressure on when you're at the fear of always being down one player. You constantly are down one player. And beyond that as well, your backline is staying alive. I mean, Huawei said they'd be happy to get 1 map. Now they got 2. Now they might actually 3-0 and get the full sweep. And their backline is having far better survivability than Monk and Link. So, I mean, I kind of alluded to this a little bit earlier on as well when I talked about the differences between 2 Joe teams. I kind of said that I prefer the Huawei's earnings backline. I think that's a stronger support line than Monk and Link's. But I think the other 3 players you generally have over the 3, the tank and DPS of the charge, depending on matchups. In a Winston mirrored, you probably favor the Gouche Winston. But now that we move to Havana, where it's like, what is he going to play? I mean, that's the big question mark. You got multiple maps here where, Gouche didn't even get to play Leos, which I think would have been better with the Winston. And, King's Row is just a fantastic Sombra map. I think Shy didn't do too much on King's Row. That was not a good map for him at all. And now in Havana, I mean, it's just not really a dive map, is it? So, not feeling confident about the Spark on this, man.
Definitely not. There's still plenty of fans out here for Changshik, congratulating him once again on his 1-year debut. It's good to see. I like that, if you were a fan of Changshik for the beginning when he was, starting out as a player, and now you can watch him as a caster on the Korean side of things. So, lovely for the fans there that have been longtime mainstay fans for him. But now, enough about Changshik. This is about the Guangzhou charge. They're looking for that perfection. They're looking to get this 3-0. Hangzhou Spark, do they have it in them to pull off a reverse sweep and give the charge their first match loss? That is a question.
Yeah, and I think if they can get this map, then Colosseo and Antarctica Peninsula are quite a bit more favorable for what they actually want to play. I think on Antarctic, you can still force a decent amount of Rhine, and Hangzhou played some Rhine on Antarctic, so see if that happens. I would say neither of these 2 teams are super well known for their Rhine comps. Piggy did look good versus Belisria yesterday, though, as Charge cleaned up Seoul Dynasty 3-0. Seoul Dynasty having a bit of a rough weekend, as we've already seen their matches in Guangzhou. Having not just the best weekend, but the best start to the Overwatch League season of any season they've had in their entire lifetime as a franchise. So how long can they keep this one up? Because the Hangzhou Spark, you do feel like there's a little bit more that they like to show. They have enough time to do it, though, because they are running out of maps.
Yeah, certainly are. But I mean, a reverse sweep now, that would be quite the statement. And I think it would get rid of any doubts regarding their performance so far in the first two maps. Because, I mean, again, it has been very, very close. They have been pushing Charge and getting so very near to taking them down across the first two. It's just eluded them. Charge have just been that slight bit better. I want to see how we fare. And, you know, again, to harken back to what you're saying, what these hero compositions end up looking like for them as we get ready to go into Havana. It's big onus on Guangzhou to step up here against Piggy, who we suspect will have the upper hand.
Certainly in the choice of comps. I mean, to me, this map is either Ryan or Sigma. You could probably play a little bit of Winston here. I think the last time Hangzhou were here versus Dallas, they eventually swapped to the Winston, which did look better. They started on the Rhine for spawn camping purposes, and then, in my opinion, they stayed on the Rhine a little bit too long, because outside the spawn camping, unless the other team's squaring up and mirroring you, not a lot of point. If we do go towards snipers, by the way, I want to see Jimmy versus Shy in an actual Widowmaker battle, because Shy's played some Widowmaker, but Jimmy was on the Hangzhou. And then Jimmy played a little bit of Widowmaker, but Shy was on some other hero, so we haven't had an actual heads up in terms of Widowmaker versus Widowmaker, sniping versus sniping. That would be really interesting here, because Havana is also quite a strong sniper map.
Yeah, and the Hangzhou could just come through. I'm curious to see. I mean, given that it's Havana, I think we can pretty safely say that the forward holds should be attempted, but maybe they're going to change up our expectations here.
I mean, not all teams.
For now,
I think there is a risk. Also, the problem here is for the Spark. Like, if you do it, it's fairly obvious because you showed it versus Dallas already. I mean, whether you do it or not, Charge can just react to it, given that they have spawn advantage on A and they can just choose what they want to do. But it's got to be the hard dive, and I kind of respect that Spark. I'm going to stick to their guns and play what they got to do. Okay, they got to play super far forward, but I dare say this is not the type of comp that you want to be spawn camping with.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision to say the least. We'll see how it fares for them, though, as identifying that left side exit from the spawn. Jumps over. Has to pull back, though. They need to be wary about not losing this cart and trading positions here. As Choice wants to get himself into the back line, put some damage down to the Monk, but it's going to be Leave once again, finding that first blood as Jimmy gets taken out of the fight. Well, of course, have that spawn advantage, though. Let's see if they decide to make any alterations. Choice halfway to the pulse. Jimmy barely gets to play.
There's not a lot of good changes you can make, and even in 6v6 Overwatch 1, Hangzhou out the gate to break the spawn camp is pretty ideal. I think you got to be a little bit careful here. Either buy or neighbor. His Lengths are on one. If Lengths falls, or if anyone in Spark falls, the spawn hold is done. There it is.
And there it is. Yeah. Finally broke the shield. Finally gets a headshot. Jimmy again. Responding in kind. Shy has to make his exit. Guangzhou down. Low on HP. Will get hounded down. First they want able to find that elimination. It's just like the most casual shots in the world as Jimmy picks up 2 more. Gives a nice little wave. And the cart will start moving.
It's just crispy, isn't it? So slick today. So sharp, and it's not just today.
It's not the word I would use. I'd say it's buttery smooth.
Yeah, it depends on what taste profile you like. What kind of consistency and flavors and textures and all that kind of stuff. In either case, it's good. Overall, 2 thumbs up. We approve. Man on to Piggy.
Playing forward. Getting his own back with the use of this nano. Let's get a hack. Drops down. I mean, it has the prime, but ideally wouldn't use it here in this scenario.
He's really out of position, but he's not going to get chased here, so he should be able to rejoin about now. No, okay. He's not. He's just dead.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, he just dies. Guangzhou going to be nanoed, but we'll take a nap. Obviously, not at too much risk. And as he does get pulsed, because the head pops that primal.
Jimmy jumped into that.
Yeah, using one of his own. Manages to find him. Shy going to clean up Cernius. Far away, falling. And some more stability going to be found here for the Hangzhou Spark, forcing Guangzhou Charge to do a full reset.
To be fair, that's like multiple. Is that 3 ultimates out of the Spark for a fight that I feel like they won already just off the back of a Piggy find? Because Piggy, as I mentioned, he went super deep out of position. He went into B looking for health packs and all that. And of course, Spark know he's in. They're not going to chase him. But as soon as Piggy shows up again, they'll instantly hack him and just run him down, which is exactly what happened. So with a 5v4 tank down, Spark kind of had that one in the bag, but still spent 3 ultimates.
Okay, EMP goes out. Towards their wand, take him down. He's going to maintain the tempo here. Only the rally left here for the Spark to try to maintain this hold versus 3 ults. Will prove to be a bit difficult, but they're still chewing up a very solid amount of time. 2 minutes 45 taken away as Jimmy dove on in here in the back line, and the heals can't come through. Nicely placed bubble from Guangzhou denies that. They get that elimination, rallying out, just go ahead and really solidify the fight. They're going to try to turn the tides of this, though. Just pop that primal, gets hacked out, and he's getting focus fired like no other. down so very low on HP. Far away, at least can be grateful to get the nano charge up, but
Still alive.
might have to invest it immediately.
More resources spent there. Well, obviously minus a nano just to keep Piggy up. They probably need to put some more resources to Jimmy. Jimmy has the most deaths in the lobby currently at 3. It's not a huge amount, but it's too much for the charge. He's being hard focused by the spark.
Also, Guangzhou gonna go a little bit wide, doesn't find the kill. Nano there. On to Guangzhou, just keeping him energized. 30 seconds now remaining. This Hangzhou Spark, look for the full hold. Leaf, however, gonna be taken out as Jimmy just does what he does best, finds that headshot. But can he find more? That's what they need right now. Gonna cross the line and Leaf eliminated, now we're spawning. Monk taken down immediately thereafter. Good finding it, gets a shot on the Guangzhou. Will get woken up, but cannot use that primal to try to elongate this hold, so they will finally break through. It's only 2.5 minutes for the second stretch.
I think you would just choose not to primal there, given how many players you lost at the hands of Jimmy in that last fight, who, when he's actually able to be kept alive there, free shooting into Hangzhou Spark, just taking them down one by one, and look at the ult differential. Like, Spark had so many more resources to play through, but just never the chance when you're just getting sniped out. And at a player disadvantage, you don't get to play your macro game of using ultimates, and so many ultimates had to be left on the bench that saved for this B fight. To be fair, though, for Spark, the silver lining is a lot of time went off. I believe we went to the OT, so that's fine. 3-man EMP, but you have to translate code out, so no one's dead.
Yeah, he immediately has to jump out, and the pulse bomb goes onto the shield of Xerneas, so kill's not found. HP bar's low, and Leaf cleaned up. Choi Se-wan finds him. It's China spy check, and he kind of just froze. I think he didn't realize what happened. Choi Se-wan just gets the easiest kill of his life. Guangzhou as well, getting worked at. Does to actually commit the primal, and he's instantly slept. The rest of the team is just going to die around him. Now they can focus all their efforts here onto the Winston.
Choi's on 3, by the way, looking for number 4.
He's anti in midair.
And he'll get out just in time. Still saves about 150 HP for the supports to heal up, maybe give that Lynx a rally a go. Yeah, the Guangzhou charge, they're at the precipice now. They're about to finish this map, and Hangzhou Spark have nothing to play through. Nano and Rally nearly there, but not quite.
Guangzhou just getting worked as he goes diving in. Jimmy gets another headshot with the storm arrows. Finds Shy as well to boot. Anti doesn't care. He stands strong, and they're just gonna nano him. Why the hell not? Takes out Legs, takes out Leave. Jimmy comes up with, what, 4 kills in the fight to get them across the finish line with a minute to spare. Now 2 minutes and 23 in the time bank for the final stretch.
I think you give Jimmy play of the match regardless of whether Charge win or lose at the moment. This is just too much, man. This is far too much. He's heavily under pressure. And I said previously, Charge got to keep him alive, so they're just going to nano Jimmy now. Why not? It works. Keep him up. We're on to see Hangzhou heavily losing space. Shy's like, I might as well go in the Hangzhou. So we talked about a Widowmaker duel. Not going to see that, but we are going to get a Hangzhou duel.
Dragon Strike. Let loose. Shy dropping down. Crawls back up onto the high ground. Choi Se-wan hovering around the back, and Shy will be able to go ahead and find 2 kills. Whew. A damn good impression here of Jimmy. Quick picks coming through. Looks for a little bit more midair. The dive down, and it's going to be Monk who actually snipes that one away. Again, Hangzhou Spark establishing control of this cart. Locking it in place, just trying to drain things down. 1.5 minutes now remaining.
Shy trying to do the Hisu cosplay. Whatever Jimmy wants to play, I'm going to play too. Counterpart on the other side. We're going to match. Let's take a look at the replay of Jimmy again. Melting down Guangzhou. And just a casual headshot on the Shy. Like, man, how do you even find that? It's so disgusting.
I mean, sight's so nice we had to see it twice. But meanwhile, we'll go back to live. Hangzhou Spark are dead. The card is pushing. I don't know what happens. We're going to need another replay, preferably at the end of the map, because Charge just absolutely bodied them, apparently.
You might get that one in the swapping sides of the rounds, which will happen sooner rather than later at the pace that Charge are going. Nano nearly online with the primal. Things look pretty good. Shy's going to have to Dragon Strike this one just to give an opening for the Spark to move in. Support's ultimates being online for Charge is just a big difference maker here.
Yeah. And Heal's just being pumped now into Shy, trying to keep him alive. They know how important he is. Piggy, though, going to be nanoed up, primaled up, goes diving forward. Shy lets loose with the Dragon Strike. Just getting juggled around, but not into the corner, so not at too much risk. Continues to wall climb to try to get away from Piggy, who's now antied out and needs to make his exit. Comes back over to the opposite side. The heals need to come through, but they don't. They're just far too slow. And Guangzhou, popping his own ult, will be able to find the kill.
So
Looks
sick.
to send Xerneas sailing off the side of the map. Looks like Lengs is actually going to find him with a whip shot at the very end. And Hangzhou Spark again, finding control at the very last moments. It's going to be really better time for them. 11 seconds remaining. The cart needs to be touched. Piggy swapping over to the Diva to try to make it happen.
I mean, it's a brilliant fight win for the Hangzhou Spark, but look how much space they lost anyway. Even if Charge
it's hopeless.
don't touch Maybe they'll... No, not quite. So even if Guangzhou Charge don't touch him, I think the distance is enough. I mean, we didn't see either of these two teams play up till C in their respective matches. Did they both play? No, it was Shanghai and Dallas. They both played respectively on Havana. We never got to see a C. Those both ended on B.
Yep.
But I think this is such good distance for the Charge that it might not even matter.
All right, Blessed Observers will be showing us how this fight transpired while we were in the Jimmy replay. And yeah, I mean, just swaps over the Widow, finds the body shot kill on a Guangzhou, and they just clean him up off the back of a nice pulse bomb stick from Choi Se-wan.
Alrighty,
Anyway,
Spark.
show me the Jimmy clip again.
Being spoiled by good Jimmy clips. Every match, it seems, every map.
Let's see Jimmy's card.
Very nice.
It's even got a watermark.
Subtle off-white coloring of the Guangzhou Charge.
The tasteful thickness of it.
Understood.
What a quotable film. Anyway, Hangzhou Spark, do they have it in them to make it just about to the end of this map? Because, I mean, as you were pointing out, this is the first time that you and I really have gotten to see Havana C.
Well, this time Piggy's going to be playing the Diva, so it's a Zen Diva, so it's not quite double flex. Often you might see a Zen and a BAP, or maybe an Ana and a BAP, or any combination of two flex supports together. I think keeping the Brig is a good idea versus a team that really favors both Tracer and Sombra. And for Leave, just out of spawn sniping, but he's thinking about the Genji, and now he's going to go back over towards the Tracer, realize that might be better for the defense. We did see some Leave Genji in the Dragons game. It looked pretty decent. He'll sheathe the sword for now and go back to the Pulse Pistols.
I mean, if you can get in there and get on top of Faraway, do favor leaving that situation. Zenyatta is really going to have to rely on Piggy for the peel. Guangzhou looking to just go ahead and jump forward. They get the anti out of the Piggy and they instantly break him out of the mech. Nice focus fire here from the side of the Hangzhou Spark. That's exactly what they need to kick this map off. The right foot forward. Jimmy just trying to save Guangzhou back, just sending arrows at him like, no, be gone! Looks like Guangzhou not that dissuaded though.
Well, speaking of be gone, Jimmy's had to give up his perch now, so Hangzhou Spark, they have high ground control. Payload's moving along swiftly. Choi, though, decent amount of damage done. Jimmy with the first pick traded.
False in. Guangzhou does get taken down. Jimmy the trade, but the trade up widely there. This respawn still going to be favoring the Spark in that regard. Choi Se-wan is trying to find an extra pick, but doesn't seem like it's going to happen, even laying it down low as he was.
Good timing on the force back there as well, because the Spark get to fight any longer. They get to nano Guangzhou, and things start to get a lot better for the Spark in that situation.
Spy check on the Shy, so he's got to translocate and go for the reset now.
And that slowdown is important because it allows Farway to build the Transcendence, and he's going to get it for the next fight. So as the nano comes on through, or maybe the EMP as well, you are going to see the Trance.
Got it at the ready. Guangzhou jumping forward, nano backing him up with the focus fire, looking good. I mean, the Discord orbs doing wonders here for the side of the charge. It's expiring now on Piggy as well. Guangzhou has to jump up over the side. It's a slow creep up. It's really only Lings playing the card at the moment. That's going to be the stick. Choi Se-wan takes him out of the fight, further delaying that rally and making them that much more exposed. HP bar is going lower and lower.
Oh my god, Choi's been great.
Finds another one, looks for even more, and yeah, Guangzhou going to fall. Turns his sights back to Leave. They clean him up. The hold for now, but minute 35 remaining. Hangzhou Spark, they should be able to get this cap.
It's another fight where, for Spark, they were so close to actually staging a proper fight where they have 3 ultimates online, double DPS in there. You got to get your EMP going, but you mentioned Shy had to translocate away. And while Hangzhou Spark is slowed down and resetting, and when I say resetting, I don't mean going back to base, but just kind of restaging their next fight, it's Choi that gets in the backline. He takes out both supports with a stick and just the pulse pistols alone. And now Charge is just sitting on everything. Look how many ults Charge have.
Okay, they're looking for Jimmy. Good focus target. They do get the EMP across. The Choi Se-wan as well. Going to be taken out. Thanks to the whip shot. Getting the finish, the rally rolling. Cardigan moving forward.
Retake.
I mean, without the DPS, it's going to be tough, but they do have that self-destruct trying to clear the way, but Faraway doesn't pop the trance. The pulse bomb comes across, and he just ends up falling. Now Xerneas as well. Going to die mid-rally. They lose out on it, and any hope of trying to defend this, it seems like it's going to be gone. Piggy still pushes forward. They have the Dragon Strike to go ahead and clear the cart for the time being. With 1.84 meters left to go. I don't know if this is going to go their way. He hits the low ground. Instantly, he's going to be taken out by Shy. The cart is going to be capped, and the self-destruct doesn't find any value.
What
Jimmy
did
again
Farway
dead.
do
And
there?
that's just going to be him sent back to the further spawn room.
Because
Look for a little
he
bit
was
more.
pulsed. He was pulsed and stuck, and he should have tranced. He was not hacked. But check.
Yeah.
The hack went on to Piggy. Shy did not use EMP. So the hack was not on Farway. He had every opportunity to not die to the pulse bomb by trancing. He failed to do so. And because of that, Charge lose double backline. Xerneas has his rally cancelled. And Charge on the back foot, forced to... no, that was actually during the retake attempt as well. So a huge loss there for the Charge, but in what otherwise could have been a pretty holdable position. Similar time, though. I got to say, both teams were held up until OT on A, so we're working with the same time.
Prison one, the pulse pocketed. Which way? Uses the primal. Sleep from Monk. Not going to get the shot across, but Piggy just kind of getting juggled out here into the open. As they pile in, trying to break him out of the mech once more. He does finally manage to break away. Separates himself, but Xerneas gets left out to dry, and Gushway scoops the kill. Now nanoed up. Gonna be trying to stabilize his aim, but Gushway then arrives. Yeah, catches him far away as well, going to die. Cleanup comes through, and it seems like Hangzhou Spark is gonna be good to go ahead and get this cap on B.
It's a 4-piece. He's looking for 5, but Choi's just going to run away, as he should. Be gone, Tracer. Be gone.
I mean, Thursday one, he desperately wants to try to catch Leaf on the next balls. Still quite far away from it, though.
Shy, by the way. 3/4. And that will be the EMP that secures them B, especially when there's no support ultimates charged.
They're all clustered up.
Nothing.
Oh, it goes wide. He throws it out the door. That could have been the thing that really sealed the deal on it. Now, in with a fighting chance until that EMP... Never mind.
That might seal the deal.
They have
right
a
there.
window of opportunity, but yeah. Gushway takes out far away. Gets away with his life for a little bit longer, but okay, Storm Arrows do come through from Jimmy, so looks like Spark gonna respect this, not having the tank. They have to back away. Trying to finish off the EMP,
No,
though.
they're not. They gotta commit.
Okay, yeah, Rally is rolling. EMP goes through. Xerneas instantly dealt with. That Rally canceled, shut down, everything. No value to be found there. Jimmy now needs to do what he does best if they want to pull off this hold.
Nope,
He's going to be broken out of the mech. Now they don't have that covering fire choice. They want to hound it down. Lee finds the kill. Baby Diva finished off, and that's going to be the cap coming through. 2 minutes and 14 seconds. With a very big win condition, no extra innings. Hangzhou Spark could absolutely take this to a 4th map.
Piggy chose not to self-destruct. Again, he wasn't hacked. He chose not to self-destruct there. And that wasn't a lost fight yet. Only Choi went down. It was reasonable numbers for the Charge. Still 4 players alive. And they gave it up. They said, no. Not going to commit. Very surprising. I thought Piggy would retain that. Charge. Okay, Silver Lining, 3 ultimates. But you're in a sort of stage now where I said the distance on C might be enough for Charge to win. It still might be, but Spark, they're going to make a hell of a run for it. And they have the time to do so.
Shy spotted. Dragon Strike through. Pulse Bomb as well goes out. Gushway down low after receiving that. Shy continues to get caught. Sleep on the lead, but he got the Hail Mary. The last second toss out on the Pulse Bomb. Still takes down Jimmy, and now Xerneas is gone as well. Far away, just trying to keep everybody alive as best as he possibly can, but so much space has to be given up with Spark. Long-term charge having to pull back, and again, Piggy going to be broken into the mech. Opps have to go for the self-destruct this time. I think definitely a wiser play. They have a little bit more room to work with.
I respect that Piggy sacrifices mech there just to get the delay on the payload, because his team was losing. If he delays payload,
Jimmy,
they can force more fights here. So that's exactly what's happening, Charge. With a couple more chances, I think one more. They can win this, it'll be more than that. As you mentioned, Jimmy makes a swap happen. Under pressure, though, deleted.
Yeah, I mean, rolls in, tries to get that mag grenade across on the shot and try to get the pick, but instead he gets cut down. Gushway scooping the kill, picking up over the top, tries to lob in. That self-destruct, he's going to be hacked out. Nanoed up just to try to get him back into this mech, and it will work a trade. Gushway going to be taken down in the meantime. 35 seconds remaining. Shy exits the translocate, takes him out 3% away from that EMP. And Xerneas is still 20% off having the Transcendence. He needs it now.
That was so clutch. Farway puts the nano into the Baby Div to ensure the remake. That was so good. That means that the Charge do not forfeit that fight, and now we are into what is officially the last fight. 20 seconds remaining. Piggy now onto the Junker Queen, trying to do his best Harmbit impression. Maybe it'll work. It is versus Winston. But there's Rally, there's Pulse, there's EMP, there's so much online. By the way, Xerneas, 11% away, needs this Transcendence desperately.
EMP comes across. Choice A1, the only one caught up in it, but he instantly gets evaporated. Piggy now going to be hacked out, antied up, and he cannot survive. Leaf takes him down.
Chance.
Jimmy manages to find one. The Transcendence now coming through. Jimmy finds 2. Leaf going to be taken down. Can he do it now here on the Cassidy? Asleep on the Gushway. He's right here on the cart, but they're getting shoved away. They have to continue playing up on this one. 0.78 meters left to go. Shy jumps out. Xerneas gets a headshot. Lang's going to be taken down. Gushway dead. Choice A1 on the return. Finds the tank, and I think they've done it. They actually have 0.78 meters left to go. The swap to the Cassidy, the kills from Jimmy. He manages to clutch it out as the Guangzhou Charge will take this series 3-0 and maintain a perfect map win record so far in the 2023 season.
3-0 in scoreline for today. 3-0 over the course of the entire opening 2 weeks as well. Xerneas giving major props to Jimmy. They know who the best player in this match was, and there's no disservice to everybody else, but my goodness, Jimmy at the end there, he clutched on the Cassidy. 2 frags, comes through, opens up the defense once again for the Charge after them being 2 down. They lost choice right away. Piggy was to follow. Xerneas did not have the transcendence. He pops it at the last second for the last 3 plays between him, Farway, and Jimmy. And as Jimmy on the cast with a 2K to turn things around with respawn advantage for the Charge, they eventually grind out the Hangzhou Spark, and they do not lose this 3rd map. There will be no Coliseo. There will be no Antarctic Peninsula. And the Hangzhou Spark will lose the first showdown of 2023 in spectacular fashion as the Charge assert their dominance as the best team so far in Asia Pacific in the Eastern Division. Yes, sir. Glory to the Guangzhou Economic and Technological Development Zone.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course. There was really no doubts. As Jimmy is our player of the match, the guy just continues to pound at every twist and turn. I mean, you know, some rapid fire swaps from him there on Havana, but everything that he's changed over to, he was getting value. There's the Cassidy, the Cowboy, to go ahead and finish the deal. Yep. But I mean, from the outset, he says, you know what? I don't want to play Sombra. I just don't do it. And he doesn't have to. He continues to get away with the Hanzo. And
he hits shots like this.
Yeah, it's just
why would
nasty
you?
stuff.
Why would you need to swap? Quick, somebody wake Custer up again. Tell him that Johnny. Tell him that yeah, Johnny as well. Johnny needs to wake up with a soul loss. Anyway,
yeah.
Wake up Custer. Tell him that Jimmy procreated again. It's happened once more. What a shot in the shy in that clip as well.
As he's getting
just
batted
disgusting
away.
stuff. I mean, this is, and it's consistent every single map. The pressure, the damage, the kills, the first bloods, the everything. And he was under pressure on Havana as well. And still, despite that pressure, look how casual these kills look.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a day in the park for him. What an incredible performance. What incredible performances we have seen from Jimmy in all 3 series that he's played. I mean, you say wake Custa up. I think the moment that this closed out and the player of the match graphic came up, Custa's eyes just snapped awake. He's laying in bed and he's just like, he just woke up with a smile on his face.
This is the play. This is the clutch.
Yeah.
Ooh, those 2 right there.
He's catching him. Gushway slept. Goes for the Deadeye just to soften him up a little bit more, and then rolls in. Mag grenade not needed. Forces Shy to go ahead and retreat. Finishes off the rest of the kills there. And it was just brutal and great. I mean, this series, while this might not have gone to 5, I gotta say this was still such an entertaining series. Hangzhou Spark, they definitely did fight for it. They made the Guangzhou Charge sweat harder than anybody else has really managed to do. But unfortunately, they cannot take these maps away from them. The Charge are just far too hot.
I mean, this is one of those series where, like, you're going to say the classic line, I'll say it, where it's like, well, the scoreline doesn't really show the full story, and that would be true. But it's still a 3-0 sweep, and I think we all expected a little bit more of the Hangzhou Spark today. When you looked at the schedule going into the final day of week 2 on Sunday, you see Dragons versus Soul, you see Spark versus Charge. You're thinking, well, Spark versus Charge will be the banger, and then Dragons versus Soul will be the sweep, wouldn't it? But it's actually the opposite today. It's the Charge sweeping the Spark in dominant fashion, with Jimmy at the helm on his classic Hangzhou signature, where it's just highlights after highlights after highlights. I can also confirm, by the way, that at the end of Havana, just for Havana itself, he was on 13,088 damage per 10, and he was the only player that had 5 digits of damage per 10.
Yeah, so they're gonna have an interview with him, but man, this is, again, as we often say, one of those matches that kind of doesn't tell the story. Some people might wake up and say, oh, okay, Hangzhou Spark, they didn't show up today. Guangzhou Charge wiped the floor with them. This was incredibly close the whole way throughout. You know, pushed to the limits. And every single time, you know, that Spark, they're just a couple meters away from closing that objective, from getting that push on the King's Row, from getting that push there on Havana. Guangzhou Charge just managed to hunker down and just deny it away from them, to barely be able to close at the map, to deny them those extra innings. fantastic performances here from the Charge, and this is better than we could have ever anticipated. I think this also means that now the Charge has stretched their all-time win rate over the Spark by 2.
Yeah, they'd be one ahead. This is number 14. So what was the scoreline that I said before? I'm forgetting now. It was 7-6, I believe. So now 8-6 all time. It's still a very close scoreline, and we'll get plenty more Joe downs this year, hopefully. And I believe they will deliver. Even this 3-0 was entertaining. It was quick. Well, it was a very densely filled 3-0. We'll say that much.
Yeah.
And at this point, I'd be pretty confident in saying that Charge are the best team in the region. With the only caveat being that we haven't seen them play Infernal yet. And that happens next week. Charge will play against the Infernal. And then they go up against Shanghai. As improved as Shanghai looks, I don't think that'll be too difficult for them. Hangzhou Spark will also have to play against the Infernal. So Infernal is the only missing question, the missing part of the equation for both of the Joe teams, as they look to start to become a bit of a standout. They were rumored to be the standout team in this region pre-season. Had a bit of a shaky start and now coming in much stronger, but Charge is by far the team to beat. If you were to put a team at number 1, definitively, for me, it is the Charge.
I will be curious to see, Shanghai, if they can continue to improve and grow when they do get into that matchup, how they do fare. Because given today and how Hisu and Viper played, I think that them versus Choi Se-Wan and Jimmy does make for a really exciting matchup, at least on the DPS front. So I will be very curious to see how that continued growth does look and whether or not they're going to be able to challenge them. I mean, imagine the turnaround if we start off the season with the Dragons looking the way they do, the Chargers looking the way they do, and then it ends up being Shanghai giving Guangzhou Charge their first series loss in 2023. That would be a pretty wild reality, and maybe I've just spoken it into existence, but who knows? It could happen. After today, all bets are off, because it's just...
You're really using the time stone there to look at the possibilities. I'll tell you that much.
Doing what I can, just I mean,
you Benedict Cumberbatch lookalike you.
Yeah, if I grow up the goatee and the mustache a little bit, maybe. But
you need a good English accent, even though he's got an American one for that character. Anyway, yeah, I'm trying to prevent us from going to movie talk too quickly here as we
we're
wait out the interview,
edge.
and we can talk about some of the other matches upcoming as well.
Sure.
Where Dallas versus Shanghai is going to be a banger, but probably not for the best reasons, not for the good reasons. As they to Shanghai, I would have heavily favored Dallas going to that one, but Shanghai beating Seoul starts to put into question a lot of doubts about them actually being the weaker team there. Dallas have once again lost a match this week, and we're a bit of an opposite where Guangzhou are the ones that are flawless without dropping anything, and Dallas are yet to win anything. And I think there was a stat line that somebody found out where this is, I think, definitively the worst start to a season Dallas have had so far in terms of map record. So that will need to be addressed. And previously, you would have said Dallas versus Shanghai would be where they turn that around. It certainly still can be, but Shanghai have proven today that they're not going to be slouches. They're not going to roll over in that match.
Yeah, I mean, again, Dallas being the only winless team now at this point is definitely a shock. But that will be an interesting one, because there's many overlapping storylines there, as well as it's just two previous champions getting ready to duke it out to try to separate themselves from the bottom of the standings. So there's a lot to look forward to. But I will say good luck to everybody in the future weeks, and for this week, because I imagine a lot of people got boomed with their pick'ems, and I think that is going to continue to happen, because it's just this continued thing. Whatever it is about APAC every year, it's so hard to predict who is going to be able to take down who. It just the rosters might change, the teams that are on top and bottom might change, but the inconsistencies in who should beat who will always be the same.
That's the exciting part about this region, is that all teams are competitive, and now that's proven by the fact that Shanghai got their first win of the season probably quicker than most would have anticipated. And I don't think there's, among the 6 teams, there's not a definitively, this is a free win. So, the last time we had that was Valiant 2021, and thankfully that is 2 years ago now.
Yeah.
And last year, Valiant was super competitive. This year, Shanghai is already starting to catch up. Dallas just needs to find their first win, and things will start to look as they should. And it's weird to me that Dallas are the only team right now in this region that don't have a win yet. And they're already halfway through the match is possible to get a win. They've got 3 left to go.
Yeah. I mean, it needs to happen, obviously, sooner rather than later. If it does happen, the narrative starts becoming that they are actually that team that you say like, okay, yeah, they're going to end up losing this one, but they're going to try to avoid that. So hopefully they can. Obviously having matches where everybody can beat everybody is significantly better than having a regular season punching bag that just gets, passed around by all of the other squads.
I gotta know like how Charge are gonna move forward with this, because I think even the most hardcore Charge fans probably somewhat doubted that they were going to get a win today, and if you were going to get a win for Charge, you weren't going to get it 3-0. So how far are they going to take this? Are they going to Korea? Are we going to see this team at the mid-season madness? I don't want to speak into existence too early, but again, they are the team to beat. As we look at a recap here, Dragons with an upset win. Truly, I think it was an upset win versus Dynasty, given how poor Dragons looked just 48 hours ago. I mean, and then Charge with the not quite an upset win, but some would say it's an expected win, but definitely not a 3-0, not versus the Spark.
I think both results very much unanticipated. Both series honestly delivering, because as scrappy and messy as Dynasty vs Dragons was, it was super entertaining to go through it. It was great to see Dragons, find their stability, find their synergy amongst their players. So more to look forward to from that team now for the first time here in the season. But here's the standings. Sole possession of that first place position is in the hands of the Guangzhou Charge with that perfect 9-0 map record. And now it's going to be the Infernal who are nipping at their heels.
As I said, the Infernal, the only unanswered question for the Charge there. Dragons would have to do an incredible amount to do much against the Charge at this rate, who look flawless. They quite literally are flawless, given that they haven't dropped a single map. Dynasty versus the Spark next week, where, Spark from their loss can look for a bit of a return to form. Dynasty as well, losing Dragons, they want to make a bit of a comeback. And then we have the matchup between the 2021 and the 2022 champions in Dallas versus Shanghai, who currently are both struggling at the start of their seasons, albeit with Shanghai most recently finding a win.
Yeah, I mean, there's never not a reason to tune into APAC, because you never know what's going to happen. Fuel fans, of course, going to be vying for that first win. But I'm curious to see how the Dynasty are going to try to, bounce back after suffering this loss. Because if anything, we know that while Dynasty have been surprised in the past and upset by teams, they usually are able to rally back because they're never going to be satisfied with that. They're never going to take that laying down. So I'm expecting to see some grinding that happens during this week going into that next matchup so that they can try to, reclaim a top position.
Yeah, I think there's as much as the 3-0 start is amazing and it will probably continue for a while. But at this stage as well, I expect the other teams to catch up. By the time we get to mid-season madness, even the knockouts, including the contenders teams as well, things are going to get really spicy out here. And, I want to see if anyone can really challenge the Charge. Who's going to be the first team to take a map off of this team, or are they truly the best? And even outside the Charge, I still think Hangzhou and Inferno are looking pretty decent. So looking at who our top two teams from this region could be so far, Charge being number one is fairly satisfactory.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's going to be Infernal and Spark kind of battling for that one, unless Dynasty do have that massive return to form, because things were definitely out of sorts here today. The cohesion that we kind of have come to expect from them, the pulse sticks, lacking from Prophet as well. It was a very wonky set, and I'd be curious to almost, get their thoughts on it. I don't think they're going to be that interested in a losers interview, but why they think it went that way today. Maybe they just fully got completely and utterly shocked by, how strong Shanghai did look, and that set them off their game. But I don't really know. As you guys might notice, we are sat here on camera for a little while, but we have a surprise coming up, and that's all I'll say for now.
Okay. I actually don't even know what that surprise is, so I'm about to be surprised. Mate, you have to DM that to me. I have no idea.
It's a bittersweet surprise, but we'll get into it.
But just before we do that, you talk about interviews. The interview I'm interested in is the one that will happen on Jim Moo's stream later. I actually don't know what platform he streams on. I thought it might have been Billy. I'm pretty sure those are just VODs that are being posted. But Jim Moo, Among, and Kyo have been doing Chinese co-streams for the APAC matches, watching their own compatriots, and I'm pretty sure, I hope they get some of the Guangzhou guys back on for Jim Moo's stream to ask them how this went, because again, I allude to that very now infamous interview where Farway said that he felt like they were going to lose, and they came out and I wouldn't say stopped, but man, 3-0 is it's kind of a stop. So dude, something went on. Somebody cooked.
Yeah, I mean, but that is kind of better, to at least have that humbleness and I mean, maybe not doubt is definitely not the best thing to have, but at least not going in and having overconfidence, I should say, is good to see there from far away and from the Guangzhou charge. So they're still very much respecting Hangzhou Spark, this Chinese super team, and putting a lot of respect on the name. But this is our surprise, as we are going to be giving a nice little cake over to Changshik, because as I've been talking about him, we've seen plenty of fans in the audience celebrating his 1-year anniversary. Unfortunately, this is going to be his last day, because Changshik does have his mandatory military service coming up.
Wow.
So he will have to make a departure for a little while from the broadcast. And we will obviously be waiting with open arms for his return to come back and join us on the casting side, join us on the Overwatch League production. But he's 25, he's pushing it, so it's time to just go ahead and get it over with.
Wow, I didn't even realize that is bittersweet. You're gonna have to book in that dinner with him pretty quickly then before he runs off to the military.
Yeah, we learned about this midway through the broadcast, so I think I definitely will have to hit him up and take him out to dinner to celebrate that one while I still can, because once he's in, he's uncontactable for a little while. So,
yeah, 3 years out. See you in 3 years, buddy.
No, it's not even. They've actually reduced the length of it, so I think it's 18
fair
months,
enough.
something like that. So, about a year and a half. But we love Changshik. We wish him the best in his service, doing his due diligence for the country. But that is going to do it for us now that we had that little farewell to him. But if I do go get dinner with him, I'll be sure to post about that on Twitter or something like that. I don't know. We'll have a nice little
IRL stream
celebration.
it.
Yeah, we could do that too. Like I said, his English is good enough. But anyway, that's going to do it for myself and Avril here to close out the second week of APAC. Well, guys, we will see you back here again for more APAC action next week. So set your alarms, mark your calendars, whatever you got to do, because again, it's always entertaining, if nothing else. So we'll see you guys then.
Distance is no obstacle to my accuracy. Double 10 seconds. There's no time. Deserve this. That lesson is free.